Chapter 6:21. Victorious Troops. Chapter 6:21. Victorious Troops. The Manchu troops have retreated. We have fought them off. We have defeated the Gold Wolf Riders, and defeated the Manchu forces. We're the strongest. We're the strongest. Our Han people are the strongest. When the Manchu forces left, a resounding cheer erupted all across Tianmu town. All the heroes who had joined in the tough battle felt a sense of pride and elation. They had actually managed to fend off two strong factions of the Central Plains, and they could not help but feel a surge of pride. Furthermore, adding on to the brutal nature of the battle, they had gained a valuable experience, forging their mental fortitude and bearing as soldiers. Only through war and the sweet taste of victory, that a unit could become elite. That was the reason why the troops of the past had such glorious histories, because they had forged themselves through countless battles and emerged victorious, become stronger as a whole. During the Second World War, the German troops had continually emerged victorious over the British troops in Africa, causing the British troops to retreat constantly. It was because the British troops had their confidence shattered. It didn't matter even a unit was well trained or well equipped, if they had no confidence, it would be for naught. After that, the British troops had regained their confidence under the lead of Montgomery, and it was the same troop that defeated the German troops, flipping the results back on them. Amidst the cheers, Yu Zhong led the 8 guards and Bai Shaoxing towards the people. Long live the Alliance Chief! Long live Chief Yu Zhong! These Han warriors caught sight of Yu Zhong and immediately exploded out with cheers. They wanted to give their excitement and boiling pride a voice. Yu Zhong had been at the forefront of battle these few days, and it was he who had defeated the fierce Dong-er Moliai, and destroyed a number of the armored vehicles of the Manchurian forces, as well as leading some soldiers to launch a night raid on the Manchu camp. All his battle records were spread by Pai Jian-yi and the others, causing the various Han warriors to acknowledge him as their alliance chief. When they had begrudgingly agreed to Yu Zhong as their chief, it was because the situation had called for it. However, now, he had truly won them over. Yu Zhong looked at all of them with a silent appreciative glance. These 100 over-heroes left from the cruel battle were good seedlings for his troops in the future. Yu Zhong stood among them and his voice boomed out, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm your alliance chief Yu Zhong. You have defeated the Gold Wolf Riders. Defeated the Manchu Empire. You all are the strongest. I'm proud of you. As a Han, I'm proud to have you all as warriors fighting for us. You are all heroes. Without your valiant efforts, the 7,000 survivors here would become the slaves of those animals. It is you all who have protected our comrades. You guys are heroes, worthy of pride and our admiration." Many of them began to clap, their eyes brimming with tears. When they had arrived here initially, many of them had their own ambitions and thoughts. At this moment, however, they were recognized as heroes, giving them a taste of the honor and glory to come. Let me now announce the establishment of the victorious troops. You are all part of this unit, and in the future, under your lead, the Manchu Empire, the Turks, the Mongol king will all be beneath our feet, and all our enemies will tremble at our name. We will use our cannons and weapons to let them taste our might and pay their blood debts. We will use our cannons and weapons to protect our precious comrades. Victorious troops, victory all the way. Victory all the way. Victory all the way. Victory all the way. The various Han heroes began to roar out with strong feelings. It was an infectious mood as everyone, including the gun-toting survivors, began to cheer out loudly. Not long after, all the survivors in Tianmu town cheered at the top of their voices, the celebratory mood strong. Yu Zhong then raised his hands and the cheers came to a halt. He waved his hands, and a few of subordinates under Bai Shaoxing stepped forward carrying 2 large chests to the podium and revealed the contents to everyone. Yu Zhong pointed to all the evolving liquid and announced, These are evolving liquids. As long as you consume one, you can become an evolver. You guys should be able to recognize the value of these vials. Now they are yours. You are all heroes. I will grant strength to all of you, and hope that you can make use of this strength to kill our enemies and protect our comrades. Shimen Lai looked at the boxes and his eyes opened wide with fervor and greed. What? Evolving liquid? There's actually something like that? There was a vast difference between evolvers and ordinary enhancers. Each time they leveled, the distance would be pulled apart. Almost all enhancers hoped to become evolvers. However, evolvers were rare, and even as the leader of the Radiant Sun Triad, Shimen Lai was not an evolver. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the people. Line up to collect it. There's only a limited amount on my hands. Therefore I can only grant it to those who participated in the defense against the Gold Wolf Riders as well as the Manchurian forces. As for the rest, there will be chances to earn them. As long as you join the victorious troops, and obtain enough merits, I, Yu Zhong, hereby promise you that you definitely will become a strong evolver. It's easy to use it, just have to inject in. After injection, you will have a fever for a day, and after resting for a day, you will become an evolver. As to whether you want to accept it, it's up to you. I won't force those who aren't confident to try it. The various Han heroes began to line up neatly to accept their evolving liquid. Many immediately injected themselves, as they trusted this leader who fought alongside them. However, there were likewise many who doubted. There were 50 of them who stood to one side, not willing to try it, just standing there eyeing coolly. Since the onset of the apocalypse, and the crumble of society, human nature had truly changed. Although many of these heroes had fought alongside Yu Zhong, they still harbored a slight wariness. It was not easy to just trust someone and inject a substance that had unknown origins after all. It could be poison, or worse, some form of control agent. Then they would become puppets at the mercy of Yu Zhong's control, turning into a bunch of zombies. After accepting the liquid, some of the Han heroes felt their bodies shuddering, and they slumped to the ground, panting loudly. Witnessing this, many of them felt shocked, and turned to look at Yu Zhong, their gazes filled with slight suspicions. If he couldn't explain properly, they would immediately fall out with him. Alliance Chief, what is the meaning of this? Alliance Chief, please explain. Facing the scrutiny of the people present, Yu Zhong maintained his calm and said, I've already mentioned this. In order to transform into an evolver, after taking the liquid, you will burn with a fever. After a day, you will naturally recover and become an evolver. All of you can wait a day, and see if my words are true or not. Seeing how firm he was, while many of the heroes were still uncertain, they didn't dare ask further. After all, they have seen how casually he had slaughtered his enemies, and was likewise cruel and vicious in his handling of any resentment at the start. Before anything was certain, they didn't dare to have a falling out with him. Yu Zhong summoned Shimen Lai. Go get some nurses to take good care of these heroes. Shimen Lai replied courteously, Yes, Alliance Chief. Currently, many of the Radiant Sun Triad's elites had perished in the battles, and there were only some ordinary warriors left. None of them were a match for Yu Zhong nor his guards. Hence, Shimen Lai had long since abandoned all thoughts of vying for the Alliance Chief seat, instead, choosing to become Yu Zhong's subordinate. 80 women were selected by him to become temporary caretakers, in charge of all the fainted Han warriors. Some of them were worried that Yu Zhong might do something else, thus they offered to protect their comrades and friends. Yu Zhong naturally allowed them. Early the next day, one burly Han warrior opened his eyes and immediately exclaimed, Oh, where's this? Li Danu, you're awake. How do you feel? Have you become an evolver? Li Danu, you're alright. How's your body? A few Han warriors saw that Li Danu had woken up, and immediately crowded around to ask. Li Danu rubbed his eyes and stared blankly for a while, before a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and, Oh yes! Ha 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 ha! This father, I have become an evolver. This father has become an evolver. I even learnt the werewolf transformation ability. This father is invincible. Ha 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 ha. Werewolf transformation. Transform for all of us to see. Come on, do it. Let's see if you're just boasting. The crowd immediately hooted and egged him on. They knew while he had always been a strength-based enhancer, he definitely did not know the werewolf transformation before. Fine. Let me show you guys. He roared out in mock fury, and immediately his muscles became ripped, fur grew everywhere on his body, and his frame lengthened itself. Within seconds, he had transformed into a powerful werewolf over 2 m tall. He really became an evolver. Holy Alliance Chief's words were not false. Damn it! I should have gone to get one. Seeing Li Danu transformed into an evolver, and even comprehending the powerful werewolf transformation skill, instantly leaping beyond their levels in strength, many of them who did not collect their evolving liquid felt regret and envious. Chapter 622, Situ Jean. Chapter 622, Situ Jean. A number of the Han heroes also began to wake up from their coma, each of them having evolved to an evolver. They had learnt new abilities, and their strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This situation caused the entire Tianmu town to go crazy. Those who had been eligible, but did not take the evolving liquid due to their misgivings the day before, approached Yu Zhong and pleaded profusely, "Alliance Chief, on account that I've given my all to protect Tianmu town, please grant me an evolving liquid?" Yu Zhong eyed them coolly and rejected, "No way. I gave you guys the choice yesterday and you guys did not treasure it. Let me give you this opportunity then. You have all become commanders of the victorious troops. I hope that you will use your strength to obtain merit in order to exchange for the evolving liquid. As long as your achievements are sufficient, I will grant you the evolving liquid, and help y'all become evolvers in my hands. There are even better versions. As long as you accumulate merits, spread the mighty name of the victorious troops and let our enemies fear us. Only then I will gift you these precious gifts." After they were rejected, those warriors began to join the victorious troops to undergo strict military training. When they saw the astonishing effects of the liquid, many survivors were also tempted, and wanted to join the victorious troops to gain strength and make a name for themselves. The sign-up rate for the unit suddenly increased explosively. Yu Zhong chose a good 2,000 seedlings to join. After establishing the victorious troops unit, Yu Zhong then led the rest of the survivors back towards Chimu County. Arriving there, Yu Zhong got by Xiao Xing to train those 2,000 survivors, while assigning others to go collect the survivors of the other 10 Han factions. After the battle in Tianmu town, the matter of Yu Zhong's leading of the Han alliance to repel the Gold Wolf Riders and Manchu Empire soon spread throughout the Central Plains like wildfire. Of the 10 Han factions, the Radiant Sun Triad had already become part of Yu Zhong's faction, while the chiefs of the Green Bamboo Triad and Heavenly Demon Sect began to lead their 4,000 survivors to join Tianmu town. The Blue Triad, Red Triad, Golden Wolf Triad, and even the Pink Triad also submitted to Yu Zhong, bringing their own survivors, instantly growing the faction to a mighty size of 30,000 people. The attention of all the powers in the Central Plains soon fell onto these huge Han alliance, and every day, there would be solo warriors who arrived to join them. Out in the Central Plains, besides the 3 large empires, the Han alliance had suddenly become the 4th faction. Alliance Chief, someone requests an audience. On a particular field, Shiman Lai came running, noting Yu Zhong training his body by carrying a large boulder. At the same time, he was under the pressure of 4 times gravity while activating his dark Do Qi. Every day, after settling his affairs, Yu Zhong would use this method to train his dark Do Qi, in order to get a better sense of it. Sometimes, employing an additional skill that was familiar would mean an additional trump card on the field. Yu Zhong threw the huge boulder to the ground and took a deep breath, his eyes turning to fix on Shimen Lai. "Who's looking for me?" Shimen Lai replied, "It's from the People's Army." The Mongol king Hui Rant's subordinate Guoming had led a troop of 1,000 soldiers to attack them. "The envoy is here to seek assistance. Chief, are you going to grant him an audience?" Yu Zhong frowned as he pondered before saying, "Let him in." A man in tattered clothes that looked dusty and pitiful, yet his stature straight and his gaze resolute, came before Yu Zhong. He spoke, "Lieutenant Ing Kong of the Border Guards greets Chief Yu. I came seeking your assistance in deploying your troops to rescue our Huyen town." Yu Zhong looked at this man with appreciation and said, I can deploy my troops to your town. However, I want the survivors to all come under my faction, including your troops." Ing Kong stared right back at Yu Zhong without any fear. "I would like to ask Chief Yu a few questions." "Please ask." Ing Kong immediately shot, "First, if you were to lead the Han Alliance to defeat the Mongol king, the Manchu Empire, the Turk Empire, how would you deal with the survivors from these 3 factions?" Yu Zhong did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Those whose hands had been stained by Han blood would be executed. Their families would become slaves. As for those ordinary citizens, as long as they did not partake in any activities in harming the Hans, and surrender, I can treat them as ordinary citizens as well. However, there will not be any privileges. In my Han Alliance faction, all citizens are equal. I would not mistreat any particular race just because. Likewise, there would not be any pardon any offenses. Even any Hans within the 3 main factions, as long as their hands are dyed with their fellow Hans' blood, they would not be spared." Yu Zhong's principle had always been an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would handle violence with violence, and repaid evil with evil. He had no particular hatred for the rest of the races. After all, when he was in university, he had many friends of different races as well. However, in this apocalyptic world, there were many nationalistic or racist people. In the West, there was the Nazi Germany, the Japanese right-wing faction, the brutal nature of Country A, as well as the white supremacists of America and Europe as well. They all felt their own race to be the strongest and viewed other races with contempt. During peacetimes, they already had a certain degree of power. In this world where trust was lacking, any nationalistic person could quickly gather like-minded individuals like a beacon. Ing Kong then continued, "Second, half of the survivors in Huyen town are Mongolians. How do you intend to deal with them?" Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "If they didn't do anything wrong, they are still eligible to become my citizens. I'll treat them fairly just like the rest of the survivors, as long as they're willing to work. I can guarantee that their quality of life would not be worse off. If they have committed any major offenses, then they will be dealt with. This has nothing to do with their racial background, just themselves and their conduct. Same goes for the Hans in my camp." Ing Kong looked at him fearlessly and said, "Good. Chief Yu, in that case, as long as you keep your promise and treat everyone fairly, the People's Army would join you. I, Ing Kong, am a Mongolian myself." Many Mongolians had aspects of their lives that intertwine with the Hans, therefore, marriages between both sides were common. Not every Mongolian wanted to capture a Han to be a slave. Although Ing Kong was Mongolian, he was a border guard with a strong sense of honor. He and his comrades had continued to protect the 800 survivors of Huyen town through their resolute wills. To them, there were no distinction between Mongols or Hans. It was just Chinese and foreign invaders. The actions of the self-proclaimed Mongol king of raiding various places to get slaves crossed a line with Ing Kong. He did not approve of it. Somehow, Guoming, Hui Rant's subordinate, had set his sights on Huyen town and the 800 survivors there, intending to subjugate them. Since Ing Kong and the rest of his comrades were at their wits' end, they could only approach Yu Zhong for help. Yu Zhong made the decision to assist, and immediately deployed by Shaoxing, Yin Shuang as well as 50 Special Forces evolvers towards the base of the People's Army. The victorious troops were still undergoing training, and under the guidance and instructions of the various elites who had been through battles, they were all slowly but surely getting stronger. Before their training ended, Yu Zhong wasn't willing to send them on a live exercise. In his plans, this victorious troops will be one of the strongest armies he had to sweep through the Central Plains. He needed to ensure that they were of the highest standard. Huyen Town was a small town in the Central Plains, with a population of about 2,000 in the past. With the apocalypse, the border guards that had been stationed nearby managed to save 500 from the zombies. Due to their protection, the survivors from the surrounding areas began to come, and boosted the population to 800. This small town had led a life of little conflict, and now their peace was about to be disrupted. A 1,000-strong unit of riders kicked up a storm of dust as they arrived in front of the town. Guoming, as the leading captain of this unit, pointed to the town and ordered coldly, "Kill! The first person to make his way in will be promoted 3 ranks, and given 5 bulls, 10 beauties. After the town is ours, other than the Mongolians, everyone else is to be our slaves. Kill! 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 Kill!" The riders charged forth with bloodthirsty looks towards Huyen Town. Pung! 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 From Huyen Town there were suddenly loud gunshots that rang out, instantly killing a number of riders. However, due to the lack of firearms, as well as the absence of heavy firepower, there were only about 81 rifles. Furthermore, having been utilized often, the bullets remaining were very limited. A soldier came up to a man with a burly frame, a huge mustache and beard, and said, "Captain, I only have about 5 magazines left." This bearded soldier was the leader of the border guards, Situjin. Situjin replied, "Save the ammunition, let them come closer, then we fire." Another soldier had a face of concern. "Captain, the bullets are dwindling. I don't think we have more than 200, but they have a 1,000 people, what do we do?" Situjin looked at all of them, a grin on his face. "What's there to be worried about? Once the bullets are out, we still have our blades. Without our blades, we still have our teeth and fists. Protecting the people of the country is our duty. There are 800 of our fellow countrymen relying on us. Protecting them is our duty, our responsibility. I know it will be hard for us to live past today. If you want to leave, I won't blame you. You all have been the best soldiers this country could have gotten, and are my good brothers. Whether you choose to die here with me, or to leave and live on, you will forever be my close friends and brothers." Chapter 623. The Army of the Mongol King. One soldier replied passionately, "Captain, what are you saying? Those who wanted to leave would have long gone." Another chuckled and said, "Precisely. Since we all stayed on from the beginning, we knew this day would come sooner or later." Situjin looked at these 60 soldiers who had stayed behind with him with a gratified expression. At the beginning, there were a total of 200 who had followed Situjin. However, 140 of them could not stand the slow decline of the town, nor were content with the status quo, hence they chose to head for greener pastures with other factions. Only Situjin and the remaining 60 of them held onto their beliefs resolutely, silently keeping guard over the survivors. Situjin roared out and fired at one rider, shooting him down. "Great! Then let's show our them fighting spirit." Following that, a number of gunshots rang out, and a few more riders fell from their horses. Outside of Huyen Town, a huge ditch had been dug surrounding the entire town, forcing the riders of Guoming to get down from their horses to charge at the town. Huyen Town was about to be embroiled in chaos. In Kong and the rest saw the town about to be breached and his face fell. "Shit! Leader! Guoming and the rest had reached first. Do it! Kill anyone that resists." Yu Zhong waved his hands and muttered coldly, Understood. Leader. Brothers, charge. Bai Shaoxing licked his lips, a fierce glint flashing across his eyes, as he led his men towards Huyan town. Following some gunshots, more soldiers under Guoming fell, their heads blasted. Bai Shaoxing's team was made up entirely of elites, and they charged right at the troops of Guoming like a hot knife through butter. The soldiers of Guoming were suppressed and had no choice but to seek cover. Their combat experience and ability was vastly inferior to the elite evolvers under Bai Shaoxing, and were quickly at a disadvantage. Father! I'll go help Father kill those baddies. Yin Shuang smiled radiantly, before turning into a gust of wind and charging right for the enemy troops. The moment Yin Shuang reached their area, many of the soldiers' heads were blasted by her fists. At a glance, it was truly a horrible sight to witness heads exploding out of nowhere. Yin Kong watched in shock as Yin Shuang continued to tear through the enemies. Strong? How can there be such a strong existence? With just her ability alone, she could easily kill all the soldiers defending Huyan town. The princess is still too strong. There's no chance for us to act. Yes. The princess is too overbearing. The elites under Bai Shaoxing could not help but discuss softly when they saw how tyrannical Yin Shuang was. It wasn't the first time they had seen her displaying her crazy strength, but each time they saw it, they were reminded of how pathetically weak they were. Strong. Yu Zhong watched Yin Shuang annihilate the subordinates of Guoming with a complicated expression. If there were 100 of organisms like her, Yu Zhong did not dare imagine what faction could possibly stand up to them. If he were to exchange blows with Yin Shuang, Yu Zhong felt that he might still be able to hold on, but if there were 2 of her, he would be killed, without even a chance to flee. 300 soldiers died like ants, while the rest lost their will to fight, and quickly got on their mounts to escape. Those on the horses were even more obvious targets. They had just come out of their covers, and were instantly shot down by Yu Zhong and his men. Guoming roared in fury and activated his second-rank werewolf transformation, turning into a powerful werewolf that charged right for Yin Shuang. Beast! I'll kill you! With a gust of wind, the little fist of Yin Shuang came blasting right at Guoming's head, causing this high-level evolver to lose his head, his body crumpling to the ground. With Guoming ended in one blow, the rest of his subordinates instantly lost their minds and hurried to flee. Some even threw their weapons down to surrender. The soldiers that tried to flee didn't get very far, as they were quickly shot down by Bai Shaoxing and his team. This was a team that could take on over 100 evolver enemies, and it was not a problem to hunt down those fleeing soldiers. After killing them, Bai Shaoxing and the rest then sent troops to go and collect those who had surrendered. Situ Jin looked at Yu Zhong and the rest of his team that did not even number more than 100, his heart shaking with shock. Strong! What vicious methods! The rest of the soldiers stared at that pretty and adorable Yin Shuang, whose white dress fluttered in the wind, her eyes filled with wonder. This was a girl that was cute and incredibly dangerous at the same time. The stark contrast between her and the bloody scene behind her was extremely obvious. Yin Kong came up to Situ Jin in excitement and introduced Yu Zhong to him. Captain, I'm back! This is the leader of Chi Mu Town, Chief Yu Zhong of the Han Alliance. When the soldiers around Situ Jin heard this, their eyes flashed with a strange glint, as they looked towards Yu Zhong with caution. They were of different descent and were slightly wary of this Han. After all, the Turk Empire, Mongol Empire and even the Manchurian Empire had acted out against one another, fighting for slaves. They were worried that this Han alliance would turn out to be another racist hegemon. Situ Jin saluted Yu Zhong and spoke. I'm Situ Jin of the Borders Guard, and we're extremely grateful for your reinforcements. Yu Zhong spoke warmly. No need for thanks. This time, I've come with the invitation for Captain Situ to lead your troops to join us. Our Han Alliance do not segregate people by their descent or race. It all depends on your conduct and behavior. I admire your efforts in protecting the survivors, and sincerely hope that you would join us. Situ Jean thought for a long while before replying, and if I say no? The moment his words landed, Bai Shaoxing's eyebrows arched, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The rest of the evolvers beside him also stepped forward with billowing killing intent. The moment Yu Zhong gave the command, they would immediately eradicate these people. Situ Jean and the rest truly did respect command, however to Bai Shaoxing and the rest, Yu Zhong's words were the absolute. They had brought their own troops to rush here and rescue them, in the hopes of salvaging the situation and getting the survivors. Yu Zhong looked at Situ Jean and said slow, "If you're not willing, then forget it. As long as you promise to not be enemies, you're free to go. I can support you by giving you 1,000 bullets and some other food stuff. However, the 800 survivors in Huyen Town have to become my citizens. There's no leeway for this. This is my bottom line." It was rare for someone of such morals and virtue like Situ Jean even prior to the apocalypse. With regards to this type of people, Yu Zhong was extremely favorable towards them. As long as they didn't get in his way, he was willing to take a step back for them, as an expression of his goodwill. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Situ Jean and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They knew they weren't a match for Yu Zhong or his men. The moment there was a clash, they would undoubtedly die. They weren't afraid of death, but who was willing to die for naught? Furthermore, they could detect Yu Zhong's respect and admiration for them, and this caused them to have an increasing admiration for this young leader. Situ Jean furrowed his brows slightly, as he stared straight at Yu Zhong and asked, "More than half of the survivors in Huyen Town aren't Han, how are you going to deal with them?" Yu Zhong had a serious face. "Equal treatment. I've said this before, I will treat them like how I treat the Hans." Situ Jean then expressed his agreement. "Good. I, Situ Jean, am willing to join you. I hope you will stick to your word and treat them all equally." "Good. Good. Good." Yu Zhong saw how readily Situ Jean had decided to join in, and he immediately broke out in an appreciative grin. With all sorts of talents under him, as well as the addition of such exemplary soldiers, who were willing to die for their beliefs, it was truly a terrifying force to have. Although Situ Jean and his troops were not much different from normal soldiers, with the evolving temple under Yu Zhong's control as well as the evolving liquid, in a short while, he could easily cause them to all undergo heaven-shaking transformations. All he lacked were people that he could trust until now. Yu Zhong eyed them and spoke, "Situ Jean, you've been in the service for quite a while. You must be quite clear on the various locations of the armories. I want to know the weapon and storage facilities you and your brothers are in charge of." Yu Zhong wanted to get these soldiers into his wing, because he knew they were privy to the locations of various military facilities. These facilities were definitely full of decent firepower. They were his targets. As of now, a small portion of Yu Zhong's current firepower had been brought from Hunan, whereas the rest was won through battles. Although there were already large-scale manufacturing lines set up over at Guangxi and Hunan, both bases also require the firepower. He had hoped to gain another large supply over here in the Central Plains. If he was successful, it would help with his conquest. Situ Jean frowned and began to ponder, in his mind, those facilities were national treasuries, and were considered national secrets. In Kong saw Situ Jin's hesitation and immediately spoke, "Captain, what are you still hesitating about? The country is already destroyed and now, we're all struggling for survival. We need to protect the country, but how can we just rely on our bravery and fists? We can't protect anything like that." In Kong's words were like a bolt of the blue that shook Situ Jean, who remembered that they were almost prepared to go against the enemies with their melee weapons. He immediately understood. "According to what I know, there are a total of 13 military facilities located around these areas." Situ Jean brought out a map and started pointing at certain locations. "This place is small, and there had been a platoon stationed there. The things inside are most likely taken. These two are also bases of company level, the items inside also likely claimed. This camp had been opened by the Mongol king. There's one location which I'm fairly certain that no one has touched yet, it's this. Situ-Jin pointed to one particular valley. In this Ulan mountain range, there's a field regiment secretly stationed there. In the past, I'd been deployed there once, and it's a very secretive location. There shouldn't be many who know of it. There's still a regiment's worth of equipment there. When everyone heard it, their eyes lit up, their expressions excited. In this apocalypse, a single IFV could cause a small-sized faction to quake in fear. 4 tanks were enough to plow through a 10,000-strong faction. There were many tanks within a regiment station, with assault helicopters, IFVs to boot. If they could gain the base, then Yuzhong's Central Plain faction would grow yet another level of strength. Situ-Jin reminded them, however, leader, the Ulan mountain range is truly dangerous. According to what I know, there are plenty of mutant beasts lurking there, and it's a location of peril for humans. Many experts had tried to go there to hunt the mutant beasts to level up, but those who went had not come back. They're mostly like dead, having become meals for the mutant beasts. It's extremely dangerous there. Yuzhong pondered a while before replying, I got it. Situ-Jin had become Yuzhong's subordinate, thus the survivors in Huyen town were automatically Yuzhong's citizens. They were then herded out of the town, making their way for Chimu town. Yuzhong had just arranged for the 800 survivors to move to Chimu town, when there was a sudden appearance of a dust cloud about 10 miles in the distance from Chimu town. A huge force had appeared. One sentry caught sight of them, where there were plenty of riders, tanks, IFVs, gun-mounted vehicles, howitzers, and his face fell. No good! It's the Mongol king's troops. Quickly, report to the leader. What? The Mongol troops are already here to attack? The moment Yuzhong heard it, his expression turned ugly. What a timing. The Mongol king is truly not simple. Fuck. At this time, the victorious troops were still undergoing training, and the rifles in his hand numbered only about 3,000, but there were about 300,000 rounds. They lacked heavy firepower, there wasn't even a single rocket launcher. It was the time where Yuzhong's Central Plains forces were still weak, and Hui Ran's chosen timing of attack was too perfect. Chapter 624 Grey Wolf Rider and Blood Eagle Rider. Chapter 624 Grey Wolf Rider and Blood Eagle Rider. After taking in all the survivors of the different triads and factions of the Han Alliance, Yuzhong had a sizable number of survivors. What he lacked now was time, the time for these people to become decent fighters. It was at this crucial period that Hui Ran had suddenly launched his attack. If Yuzhong chose to run, then a few tens of thousands of Han people would land in his hands. Yuzhong had not yet established his position in the Central Plains, and he had no choice but to engage Hui Ran's forces. Atop the city wall around Chimu town that was built not long ago, many commanders and their subordinates had caught sight of the approaching Mongol troops. Their faces were all unsightly. It's the Blood Eagle Rider. That's the Blood Eagle Rider. Emu Shidai. One commander, whose eyesight was decent, caught sight of the Blood Eagle banner and his face fell. Upon hearing this name, the soldiers who had just joined Yuzhong all had pale faces. The Blood Eagle Rider Emu Shidai was a powerful expert on par with Dong-er Moliai of the Gold Wolf Riders. The Blood Eagle Riders under him were the strongest force under Hui Ran, used frequently in his battles to expand. Emu Shidai had followed Hui Ran on his many conquests, and in each territory, as long as there was a male over 1-2 he would kill them. The number of people that had been slaughtered at their hands were over 20,000. He was one of the most renowned generals in the Central Plains, and had defeated Dong-er Moliai in countless clashes before. Grey Wolf Rider Boer Z. He's here too. Tyrant Bear Bolay. He's here as well. and Grey Panther Wu Yang Shu. Red Wolf Shur Exian. Venomous Dog Shu Atai. Looking at the various flags, the commanders all became extremely agitated. The Mongol king had over 40,000 troops, and this time, he had actually deployed half of them, especially the appearance of Blood Eagle rider Emu Shidai and Grey Wolf rider Boer Z. Other than these two leaders, the appearance of the other infamous generals sent shivers down the spine of the soldiers present. Within Chimu town, the victorious troops had not even trained for more than 10 days, and they were still lacking in skills and firepower. The Mongol king Hui Ran had decided to use the butcher knife to slaughter the chicken, and deployed 20,000 elites to assault Chimu town. A dark shadow was cast over the entire town. Yuzhong looked out at the approaching troops and laughed. The number of animals that had arrived is truly high. As long as we take them out, we will become the largest faction out here in the Central Plains. Everyone, rest assured, this time, since they dare to come, they will not get to go back. They will become the fertilizer for the grounds of Chimu town. Li Guang gazed at the 20,000 Mongolian troops and spoke confidently, "That's true." At that time, when the Golden Wolf Riders and Manchurian Empire had wanted to attack our victorious troops, we still managed to beat them away. These are just 20,000 pigs. It would just take a longer time to kill them. An elite troop needed self-confidence. After becoming the commander of the victorious troops, Li Guang had also gained some pride. As long as Yuzhong was around to maintain the morale, he was certain Yuzhong could lead them to victory. There was almost a blind reverence from Yuzhong's abilities already. Yes, those are just 20,000 pigs. We can simply take them out? The Mongol king had barked up the wrong tree. In front of us, they're just ants. Seeing the confidence of Li Guang and Yuzhong, the officers who had been riled up because of the appearance of those Mongolian experts began to calm down and started to point at the enemy. Their confidence came from Yuzhong himself. As long as he was around, they would not lose. Sidu Jin eyed those commanders and was secretly in admiration of their bravery. Even he himself was perspiring when he heard the names of Blood Eagle rider Emu Shidai and Grey Wolf rider Boer Z. These were the top generals of Hui Ran, and they were basically seasoned murderers, many experts having fallen at their hands. One rider came from the Mongol troop and shouted out in an arrogant tone, "Those inside Chimu town, listen up! General Emu Shidai is ordering you to put down your weapons and surrender unconditionally. Otherwise we will breach the defenses, and not spare any living or moving things." Purring! The moment his words left his mouth, his head was blasted apart like a watermelon. Yuzhong placed the sniper rifle down, eyeing the corpse of the rider with a cold smirk. This was his response. Killing the envoy of the other party, this was the most blatant challenge. Usually in a war, the envoys were never mistreated. Yuzhong had outright disregarded that rule and killed the envoy, expressing his desire to fight. At the Mongolian side, a burly man decked in a black cape and an armor made out of a Type 3 mutant beast hide, riding a rare Type 2 black stallion, its head possessing a single horn, its body covered in scales, roared out in anger, "That Han dog dares kill my envoy. When I capture him, I will chop his head off to be my toilet seat." This burly man atop the Type 2 black stallion was precisely the Blood Eagle rider, Emu Shidai, one of the peak-level evolvers in the Central Plains. A man in blood-red robes, a helmet as well as curved blades by his waist, got down on a single knee and spoke to Emu Shidai, "General, I'm willing to lead the men to go and get Yuzhong's head for you." Emu Shidai had a face of appreciation. "Good! Bo Lei, you shall lead the troops to get Yuzhong's head for me." Bo Lei was one of the strongest generals under Emu Shidai, and had obtained much merits on behalf of his general. His conquests were second only to Emu Shidai. "Yes, General," Bo Lei replied respectfully, immediately deploying his troops. 1,000 riders all in blood-red robes suddenly broke out from the enemy troops and headed for Chi Mu town under the charge of Bo Lei. Fool! Riders are not meant to be used like that. Yu Zhong eyed them and a gloating look flashed in his eyes. Bai Shaoxing, wipe them out. Yes, leader. Bai Shaoxing laughed coldly and ordered, fire at will. The elites that had followed Yu Zhong all the way began to fire their weapons. Pung, pung, pung. Following the clear and loud gunshots, Bo Lei's riders began to fall from their horses. Bo Lei's countenance turned unsightly and roared out, "Not good! Retreat! Retreat! All retreat!" Although there were 100 evolvers firing, Bo Lei felt that they were more frightening than 1,000 normal soldiers. Every second, more than dozens of his men were shot down. He was afraid that by the time they reached the entrance, their numbers would have been reduced to nothing. The Blood Eagle riders quickly turned around and galloped back, leaving 500 corpses, their figures pathetic. Bo Lei, who had been confident and proud earlier, was now ashen-faced as he knelt in front of Mu Shidai. "General, your subordinate is useless and cost the lives of 500 brothers. Please punish me." Mu Shidai glared at Bo Lei coldly. "Get up! This is not your fault. I didn't expect for them to have so many shooters as well. I've seen it, they have at least 100 marksmen. Your defeat was not unreasonable." Mu Shidai had partially allowed the 1,000 riders to go first to test the strength of Yu Zhong's troop. With this, he was clearer on what Yu Zhong was capable of. He then turned to another man who was decked in traditional Mongolian wear, his figure slightly rounder, and said, "Boer Zi, this Yu Zhong is truly not to be underestimated. Let's have the artillery team rain fire upon them." Boer Zi nodded and replied, "Fine." He then turned to give the order to his cannon troops. Hong, hong, hong. Round after round of heavy firepower rained down on Chi Mu town, causing multiple explosions and the destruction of some buildings. The survivors in the town could only tremble in fear and pray for their lives. Yu Zhong had already gotten men to evacuate the survivors, and many of them had been sent into various disaster shelters. However, there were still survivors and soldiers of Yu Zhong who were blasted to death by the artillery fire. 6 assault helicopters then suddenly flew out from the Mongol camp, and begun to fire at Chi Mu town's fall as well. Under the continuous firing, a hole was blasted into Chi Mu town's wall. The 6 assault helicopters then flew over the airspace above Chi Mu town. As long as those 6 assault helicopters could enter Chi Mu town, they would rain hell on the entire place. "Do it!" Yu Zhong watched them appear about 800 m from Chi Mu town, and he immediately ordered, while firing his own electromagnetic gun at one of the assault helicopters. A single blade sliced through one, causing it to be heavily damaged. However, the slice missed the pilot and the fuel tank, weapons dock, and it was somewhat possible for the assault helicopter to still fly. A number of shots strengthened by enhanced bullets were fired as well, aiming for the helicopters. Since controlling the evolving temple, Yu Zhong could easily support a number of evolvers to purchase the strengthened bullet ability and push it to their level 3 stage. Although they might not be comparable to peak-level gun experts, they were still more than enough to destroy ordinary assault helicopters. Chapter 625. Defeating the Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders. Chapter 625. Defeating the Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders. Under the assault of the enhanced bullets, the 6 helicopters in the sky combusted into balls of flames and descended rapidly. From afar, the faces of Mu Shidai and Boer Zi were extremely ugly. Those assault helicopters were part of their trump cards, and it was enough to use 2 to subjugate an entire town. In this single battle, they had actually lost 6. This caused them to feel the pinch. Mu Shidai gritted his teeth and spat, "There are a bunch of powerful evolvers in there. That damned Yu Zhong, How did he get so many experts? The Mongol king Hui Ran had about 400,000 people under him, and there were not more than 50 enhancers with the strengthened bullet skill. Even more so, there were only about 15 of them that were above level 30. Mu Shidai could not understand how Yu Zhong had gotten so many experts. Boerzi spat out in fury as well. Yu Zhong, that Han is one of the most fearsome enemies I've ever met. We definitely cannot let him grow. Otherwise, our Mongol people will become his slaves. He has to die today. Yu Zhong had only been active around the Central Plains for a short while, however. The battle prowess he was exhibiting was incredible, and it was enough to cause the three major factions to sit up and take notice. Boerzi was unwilling to let such a big enemy run rampant. He immediately gave another order: all troops attack. Grey Wolf Riders, charge forwards! With 4 tanks, 15 IFVs, 30 gun-mounted vehicles bringing up the front of the convoy, over 10,000 Grey Wolf Riders surged forth towards Chimu town. As the Grey Wolf Riders began to attack, the cannon firing did not stop. The heavy fire continued to suppress Yu Zhong and his troop. The Grey Wolf Riders weren't a motley bunch, having undergone several battles. Yu Zhong held his electromagnetic gun and fired at an incoming tank. A bright flash occurred, and the shot from the electromagnetic gun pierced through the tank, before another 3 consecutive shots killed the driver, halting its advance. As the rest of the evolvers were unable to stop the tanks, their objectives thus fell unto the gun-mounted vehicles. Following a bright flash, a number of the gun-mounted vehicles exploded in flames. Li Guang roared out loudly, his bow firing at the Grey Wolf Riders. Kill! Kill these pigs! They're all a bunch of animals. We can just slaughter them as such. Kill them all. Our victorious troops are undefeated. Our victorious troops are the strongest. Whatever bullshit Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders, they aren't our match. Kill them all. The commanders of the victorious troops that had undergone the horrors of the Tianmu town battle began to join in the battle cry, firing at the Grey Wolf Riders. Shouting like this was able to give vent to their fear, at the same time, raise the morale of the other soldiers. If they maintained their silence, some of the newer recruits might not be able to withstand the pressure. Kill those Han dogs! After we breach the walls, we will slaughter them for 3 whole days. Everybody charge! There are countless women in Chimu town. After we breach through, we can play with them however we like. Charge! Kill those Han dogs! The Grey Wolf Riders were truly elites of the Mongol king's troop. They continued on their charge towards Chimu town, facing the attacks and trudged on. As they retaliated, many soldiers of the victorious troops fell as well. We can't go on like this. Yu Zhong watched this and let out a shrill howl towards the skies. In the sky, Greenie came swooping down and made a grab towards the ground, pulling a IFV up into the sky with it. It then released it, swinging the unfortunate vehicle towards another, causing both to explode powerfully. After destroying 2 IFVs, Greenie then soared into the sky, and with its powerful wings, it conjured up tornadoes with its innate ability, blowing up dust storms all around the forces of the Grey Wolf Riders. As the wind blew, many riders could not open their eyes, whereas Yu Zhong's forces were not affected. They could continue to pick off the Grey Wolf Riders with ease. With Greenie dominating the skies, sending gusts of winds at the Grey Wolf Riders, it affected their firepower greatly, diminishing their damage output. Mu Shidai's face was ugly as he looked at Greenie. Type 3 mutant beast. Damn it, he could actually control one. The threat of a Type 3 mutant beast was pretty clear to all the factions. However, humans likewise possessed numerous experts and had intelligence. The Mongol king Hui Ran had organized a hunt of a Type 3 mutant beast before, and under the joint attacks of the experts, they had managed to hunt one. That was why Mu Shidai knew how terrifying a Type 3 mutant beast could be. His own Type 2 black stallion was tamed under a chance encounter. He did not know how to let it evolve into its Type 3 stage, and he had no confidence he could control it even. Monster. How are they able to receive the help of such a monster? It's too scary. I've only heard of such beasts in the myths. How could one appear here? The Grey Wolf riders hid behind covers in the surroundings, and watched Greenie flapping its wings of over 80 m, their eyes filled with fear. Such a beast had surpassed their knowledge and imagination, and what was worse, this beast was helping the enemy. Their morale plunged. Boerzi looked at Greenie in the sky and roared out furiously, "Fuck! Kill that beast!" 1,000 warriors of the Grey Wolf riders began to fire into the sky, blanketing the area Greenie was in. Greenie's speed was naturally fast, having reached the sound barrier, and none of them could even graze it. The main threat about aerial mutant beasts were because they were hard to hit. Their only weakness was their low defenses, unable to compare to the land-based mutant beasts. Greenie continued to soar around the skies, blowing up huge tornadoes, landing from time to grab a few of the Grey Wolf riders. The Mongolian warriors were basically helpless against Greenie, and could only fire into the sky, though their efforts were in vain. Yuzhong was relying on Greenie to distract the Grey Wolf riders, while he raised the electromagnetic gun to blast the tanks and armored vehicles into oblivion. Greenie continued to harass the 9,000-strong Grey Wolf riders for half an hour before flapping its wings and disappearing into the distance. The tornadoes also came to a halt. After all, continually releasing its innate ability would take a toll on Greenie's stamina and power. It could not last forever. However, the moment the dust storms disappeared, the armored division that was supposed to spearhead the assault had been completely destroyed. The Grey Wolf riders could only rely on themselves to charge in. Having lost the protection of the armored vehicles, the Grey Wolf riders became ashened, their advance fraught with more dangers. Every step required them to pay a huge price. From time to time, Greenie would suddenly appear and grab a warrior and soar into the sky, before releasing the warrior, causing the morale to plunge even further. However, the Grey Wolf warriors were truly the elite force of the Central Plains. Even under such duress, they continued on resolutely towards Chimu town. The Red Wolf Sure Exian roared out loudly, "Everybody charge! Victory is right in sight! Charge!" At this time, loud motor sounds roared out from the distance, as 8 Thunder Fighters shot towards them from the distance. The 8 Thunder Fighters swiftly flew over the Grey Wolf riders and dropped cluster bombs into their midst. Hong! 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 Following loud explosions, the Grey Wolf riders were instantly plunged into a scene right out of hell. After one round of cluster bombs, the 8 Thunder Fighters shot towards the heavy cannons team of the Grey Wolf riders. After all, those artillery weapons were a bigger threat compared to ordinary soldiers. The 8 Thunder Fighters quickly locked onto the artillery team of the Grey Wolf riders, and fired a massive amount of rockets at them, causing the entire land to be obliterated. "Retreat! Everybody! Retreat!" Seeing this, Boerzi's face was pale as a sheet, and he hurried to scream. Emu Shidai saw the terrors of the 8 Thunder Fighters as well, and he ordered the same. "Retreat! Everybody retreat!" The Mongol king's forces were helpless against aerial enemies. If Emu Shidai insisted on battling on, their forces would definitely be annihilated. Hearing the orders, the Grey Wolf riders and Blood Eagle riders quickly retreated pathetically. Having destroyed the artillery camp, the 8 Thunder Fighters continued to give chase, killing the warriors of the Mongolian forces. Yuzhong also made use of the chance to lead the elites of the victorious troops to pursue them, killing over 1,000 warriors of the Grey Wolf riders and Blood Eagle riders, capturing 200 of them, resulting in a heavy defeat for the Mongolian troops. Chapter 626. Refining the Blood Lotus. Chapter 626. Refining the Blood Lotus. Zhao Tiangang came out from one of the thunder fighters, hurrying to Yu Zhong as he saluted. Zhao Tiangang greets leader. Yu Zhong patted Zhao Tiangang's shoulders and laughed. Good timing. This time, if it wasn't for you guys, we would have been in danger. If Zhao Tiangang had not brought the 8 thunder fighters to provide reinforcements, Yu Zhong would definitely be in for a tough battle. He might have to sacrifice numerous soldiers to protect Qi Mu town. Another charismatic commander came forward with 100 elites as they all saluted to him. Lai Ming-yi greets leader. Lai Ming-yi was the powerful expert that Yu Zhong had recruited from Port Fangqing. He had already risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Amongst Yu Zhong's forces, rising in rank relied on merits and contributions. Guangxi and Hunan were expanding quickly. Within a short span of time, there's no means of moving their troop. Lai Ming-yi was extremely clear that Yu Zhong intended to expand into the Central Plains. That was why he had brought his troops to support Yu Zhong. Each of his soldiers were powerful enhancers of above level 30. Yu Zhong looked at Lai Ming-yi and his troops, smiling slightly. Very good. Your timing was impeccable. I'm currently lacking manpower. Your arrival is just too timely. With this 100 evolvers, Yu Zhong had a force of over 300 evolvers, and it was a force to be reckoned with. If they were to clash against the Blood Eagle Riders, Yu Zhong would not be worried. Zhao Tiangang chuckled and turned his body slightly. Leader, look who's here. He. From behind, 2 beauties stepped out. One older and the other one, younger. The older lady possesses a head full of lush black hair, her features exquisite and perfect, with a hint of valiant aura about her. The younger one was likewise pretty, with intelligent eyes and her skin as fair as snow. She was truly a sight to behold. Qing Wu, you've recovered. Yu Zhong saw them, and a jolt of happiness hit him, and he could not help but walk over. When Ji Qing Wu was gravely injured by the Type 4 flame bird previously, Yu Zhong had placed her inside the biological armor to be treated. When he headed back to Longhai City, he had left her in Yao Yao's care under the heavy protection of the camp's defenses. Ji Qing Wu looked at Yu Zhong with a complicated look as she replied mildly, I'm all right now. Thank you. Ji Qing Wu knew Yu Zhong had been forced to Japan because of her and had given her the precious level 7 biological armor. She was full of gratitude. However, her character was cold. So even though she was touched, her expression was still cold. Yao Yao hugged one of Ji Qing Wu's hands and stared at Yu Zhong hatefully. She had treated Ji Qing Wu as her most special person, yet Ji Qing Wu had specially traveled from Hunan to meet Yu Zhong. This caused her to be slightly jealous. Li Guang and the rest of the subordinates of the Central Plains watched the 8 thunder fighters in excitement. The moment these metal behemoths appeared, it had allowed Yu Zhong to defeat the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. They were extremely curious about these machines, as it was obvious that these were not made in China. Defeating the Grey Wolf Riders and the Blood Eagle Riders was a huge matter. Yu Zhong had thus thrown a celebratory feast, inviting all the officials to participate. Yu Zhong had then introduced his subordinates from Hunan to Li Guang and Situjin, before pointing to Ji Qing Wu. This is Ji Qing Wu. If I'm not around, she can represent me. If I'm not around and there are things you guys need clearance, you can run it by her. In this short period, I will be heading to Ulan Mountain Range. She will take over my duties here. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the subordinates from Hunan had no issues. They knew fully well that Ji Qing Wu had been part of the first few members of Yu Zhong's conquests and is a reliable partner of his. Many of them were in fact under her once, and they knew her strength. Hence, there were no opposition to this order. However, the people from the Central Plains had strange glints in their eyes. If it was Yu Zhong himself, they were definitely okay with him. However, if it were someone else, furthermore, it happened to be a woman, they were unable to accept it. Li Guang, who had won too many drinks, could not help but blurt out, "Leader? Who is she?" The moment he said, he regretted it a little. Li Guang's words caused everyone's gaze to fall on Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qingwu and spoke bluntly, "She's my woman and my future wife." When Ji Qingwu heard that, her face flushed slightly from the joy and embarrassment and did not refute him. Hearing his words, the rest of the general from Central Plains did not have any more complaints. Yu Zhong's might was truly fearsome. Not only did he arrange for a large number of experts to be sent from Hunan, he also brought ammunition. Many of the Central Plains generals were full of respect and awe of him. Since Yu Zhong had made his decision, they could only follow his orders. After the feast was over, Yu Zhong went back into his room and pulled out a blood lotus, hesitating for a while. This time, the expedition might be fraught with dangers. "I'd better take one first." Yu Zhong had managed to steal the 4 blood lotus seeds from the lair of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. He handed one to O Ming to run some research and one with the Long Hai City Research Center, while he himself was in possession of 2. As to its effects, Yu Zhong was uncertain and dared not take it recklessly. Now that he had established so much, it would be a joke if he died from consuming something wrong. In this apocalyptic world, there were many strange treasures that could empower people. At the same time, there were equally potent poisonous plants. Every day there would be people dying from mistaking poisonous flora as food. Yu Zhong did not want to be one of them. The blood lotus was something rare, and it didn't seem to be plentiful. After a long time of research, all O Ming had been able to discern was that it was definitely not harmful to humans. It was just that the effects of it was uncertain. Yu Zhong had been safe in Long Hai City then, and thus there was no rush to enhance himself, so he had kept it with him all this while. After a short moment of hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. The moment the blood lotus entered his abdomen, it transformed to a warm surge of energy and coursed throughout his body. It was violent, as though it wanted to tear apart his body. Yu Zhong felt his chest aching badly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He thrashed about in his bed and smashed out with his fist as a powerful dark dou qi was sent out, destroying the door. "Assassin! Assassin!" 20 experts immediately charged out and surrounded the place. They only saw White Bones standing quietly near the door, while Ji Qingwu was hugging Yu Zhong, who would not stop vomiting blood. Ji Qingwu ordered with a stricken expression, "Prepare yourselves. Sound the alarm. Everyone is to be on alert. Get Bai Shaoxing to send some men to guard the area." "Yes." Upon her orders, Bai Shaoxing immediately led 100 peak evolvers and stationed them at various places, heightening security. Lai Ming-yi and Li Guang led their own troops and started patrolling. The entire Chi-Mu town was plunged into a nervous atmosphere. The terrifying blood lotus was truly overbearing, causing blood to seep out his skin. He could not help but struggle in the pain. His entire body is heating up and even his perspiration was dyed with blood. Ji Qingwu watched Yu Zhong, who was in obvious agony, her heart anxious. She was intelligent though and immediately thought of the biological armor. The biological armor, it can save him. She placed him down carefully and hurried to her own room, preparing to bring the biological armor over. "No need. I can withstand it." Just as she reached her room, she discovered that Yu Zhong had propped himself up and managed to holler hoarsely. After trying his best for that single sentence, he closed his eyes and quickly channeled his dark dou qi to refine the powerful effects of the blood lotus. The medicinal effects of the blood lotus started to be refined by the dark dou qi, nourishing it and enhancing it. Yu Zhong finally understood the usage of the blood lotus. It wasn't meant to strengthen a biological entity but rather its innate abilities. It might be the dark dou qi or some other inner strength, even some miraculous innate talents. If it was given to someone who didn't practice dou qi or an ordinary person lacking any innate abilities, their body would explode immediately if it's not strong enough or bleed to death, even with a high endurance. Ji Qingwu continued to hug Yu Zhong tenderly even as his pores ooze out dirt and blood, hoping to ease his pain. After 2 hours, Yu Zhong slowly opened his eyes as a bright light flashed, an indication of yet another increase in his strength. Congratulations! Your dark Do Qi has gained +2 enhancement. Within his mind, the notification rang out. When Yu Zhong heard it, a smile broke out on his face. Great! Now I can save on 4 points of skills. The dark Do Qi was a powerful ability. Each time he channeled it, his entire body would be strengthened by many folds in a short time. The amount his body could be strengthened by was dependent on the strength of the dark Do Qi. The more powerful his body and the Do Qi, the more exponential the increase in strength. With this dark Do Qi skill, Yu Zhong's strength had increased another level, and he had another means of preserving his life. When Yu Zhong opened his eyes, he immediately noticed Ji Qingwu, whose countenance was full of worry. He was immediately filled with warmth and tenderness. Although he wasn't some saint, had killed many people and done many bad things, the fact that he still had someone who cared for him caused him to feel contented. Ji Qingwu caught sight of Yu Zhong's passionate stare. Her face flushed, intending to push him away, but at the same time, she was afraid of aggravating his injuries. Yu Zhong looked at this incredibly beautiful woman in front of him and felt his heartbeat quicken. Initially, back at the university, Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu were the top beauties of the school and were the dream girls of every boy. Yu Zhong had seen Ji Qingwu a few times, but he knew that they were of different worlds and that there was no chance of them ever getting together. However, he was now actually propped up on those tender legs of hers, and he was incredibly excited at the twist of fate. Yu Zhong struggled out from her embrace and reached to embrace her back. Ji Qingwu fell into his embrace with a whiff of her fragrance. She could detect his eagerness and her face flushed slightly. No! Yu Zhong, you're still not alright. I'm not ready as well. Once your injuries are okay and you're back from the Ulan mountain range, I'll give myself to you then. Deal. You cannot go back on your word. When he heard it, his heart leapt with joy and he hurriedly planted a kiss on that smooth face of hers before charging into the bathroom to clean himself. By the time he had washed himself clean and ran out, the beauty was long gone. Yu Zhong stood there, forlorn. Early the next day, Yu Zhong summoned Lai Mingyi. Do you want to be promoted? I'm willing to die for leader. Lai Mingyi was incredibly excited when he heard that and he immediately saluted him and announced. Lai Mingyi was an ambitious man who sought fame and fortune. He wanted to climb up and gain a post that was worthy of respect and admiration. Of course, he was enticed by a position that overshadowed most of the other subordinates of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong fixed his gaze at him. You know our rules. To promote, you'll need to gain more merits. I'll entrust you with some responsibilities. If you can complete it, you'll be the main commander of the Central Plains 1st Cavalry Brigade. If you think the mission is too tough, you're free to turn it down. I hope that you can start organizing a guerrilla troop, focused on destroying the forces of Manchuria, Turks and Mongolia. I want you to strike hard and fast, chipping away at their supplies as much as possible. Whatever means you have to utilize, you're free to do so. I can give you 50 evolvers and the necessary equipment and resources. Anything more than that, you'll have to provide them yourself. If you can cause them so much trouble that it will be impossible for them to recover, I'll immediately make you the commander of the 1st Cavalry Brigade. You'll be in command of over 300 people. Next time, when it's time to consider someone for the regiment commander, I'll definitely keep you in mind. When Lai Mingyi heard this, a strong sense of excitement and unbridled hot-bloodedness arose. Your subordinate promises to finish this. Being ambitious required taking risks. Lai Mingyi knew the dangers involved. However, he was fairly determined to complete it. After all, he had risked so much just to become a high-ranking officer. He wanted to be part of Yu Zhong's core team as well and be a part of the founding team of a future country. Chapter 627, Mutant Army Ant Colony. Chapter 627, Mutant Army Ant Colony. Lai Ming-yi was definitely an expert with a charm. He had brought his own 50 evolvers, as well as recruited over 100 Hans who had recovered from their mistreatment and were vengeful against the three great factions. After that, he prepared enough equipment and led the men to set off. Out here in the Central Plains, the usage of the Black Stallions was more widespread than cars. They didn't need fuel and could eat anything. They would even eat corpses. On the other side, Yuzhong led by Xiao Xing and 50 evolvers towards the Ulan mountain range. Ji Qingwu was an extremely capable woman with intelligence. After Yuzhong left, she intensified the training of the victorious troops, and according to Yuzhong's instructions, she quickly organized the Central Plains 1st Battalion made up of the old warriors. Other than the reorganization of the army, Ji Qingwu had managed to pull out 10,000 men to form a secondary troop and made them go through training. In the event that there was a situation, they could directly be drafted into the troop. The secondary troops were mostly made up of civilian militia. In Hunan and Guangxi, Yuzhong had 20,000 elite troops, but the secondary troops numbered over 100,000. In this apocalyptic world, not only did the humans need to fend off against the mutant beasts and zombies, they needed to protect against other humans as well. Military might could not be compromised. The matter of the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders being defeated by Yuzhong soon spread all over the Central Plains. Every single faction in the Central Plains began to take notice of the Great Han Alliance situated in Chimu Town, and everyone recognized it as the fourth largest faction. Every day, there would be wandering lone warriors seeking to join the Han Alliance. There were even a few smaller factions with dozens of people who quickly joined them, begging for protection. Many still felt that it might not necessarily be better, but since the other three factions were well known to be horrendous, the moment those factions attack, other than the women and kids, all the males would be killed. If not, they would be branded as slaves and treated as such. Other than the Hans, the other lesser races also swarmed over to join the Han Alliance established by Yuzhong. The main difference Yuzhong's Han Alliance had with the Turks, the Mongolian Empire and the Manchurian Empire was the equal treatment of all races. Many of the subraces and clans of the Central Plains had married and merged bloodlines and family lines, so everyone was somehow already related to one another. It was hard to draw a clear distinction. Hence, many chose to rely on the Han Alliance. Deep in the Central Plains, within a mansion, the Manchuria Emperor, Xianzhen, glared at his subordinate who was kneeling on the ground. What? Yuzhong had managed to defeat the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders? Is your news reliable? The slave quickly kowtowed profusely. I swear upon my life, my liege. This news is definitely correct. Your slave had managed to find this out after much efforts. Damn bastard! Xianzhen gritted his teeth and smashed down on a table beside him, causing the table to shatter into dust. One particular slave came up and said, Your Highness! An envoy from the Mongolian Empire had arrived and requested an audience. Xianzhen's face regained his kingly aura and declared coldly, So he's finally here? Let him in. Out in the Central Plains, there was a vehicle convoy on the move, consisting of a large fuel truck, 2 gun-mounted vehicles and 10 Hummers. This was Yuzhong's expeditionary fleet. Situ Jin pointed to a particular direction. It would be Ulan town right up ahead. After we cross it, we'll reach Ulan mountain range. Yuzhong sat in one of the Hummers and looked out the glass window, only to see multiple mountains in the distance formed and closely linked to one another, thus its name. The Ulan mountain range was one of the greatest protected natural locations of China. There were plenty of biological life forms within. It was a treasure trove of research for biologists, and yet now, it had transformed to a hell for humans. The mutant plants within were the scariest. Pung, pung, pung. Yu Zhong and the rest headed in and immediately heard dense gunshot. The intense gunshots rang out through the central plains, traveling far. Enemies! Yu Zhong's face turned and he quickly leaped out his Hummer. Yin Shuang, who was in Yu Zhong's arms, also stuck with him as he dashed out. With Yu Zhong's current strength, he could easily burst out with an acceleration faster than a Hummer. In fact, sitting in the Hummer was more dangerous for him. At the same time, other than the two gun-mounted vehicles, soldiers quickly jumped out from all the Hummers while their eyes were fixed in front. Without Yu Zhong giving the order, Bai Shaoxing had already led 5 soldiers with him as they charged towards the direction of the sound. Not long after, a soldier came up to Yu Zhong and said, "Leader, it's the soldiers from the Kingdom of God fighting against an unknown faction." "I got it. I'll go take a look, you all wait here for further orders." With that, Yu Zhong brought Yin Shuang and quickly made his way forward. His speed enabled him to quickly make his way up a hill, where Bai Shaoxing and the other 4 soldiers laid prone on the ground. Yu Zhong also crawled and looked below, only to discover 2,000 judges currently launching an attack on Ulan town. In the skies, 12 Tiger assault helicopters fired rockets without stop, blasting the structures of Ulan town. On the ground, a number of howitzers and rocket launchers began to blast the town. The entire Ulan town was covered in a sea of flames, and within the flames, there were some armed militants seen struggling. They were putting up a brave fight, but under the intense assault of the Kingdom of God, they had no choice but to retreat slowly. When Yu Zhong saw this, they were already beginning to collapse, with a majority of their numbers lost and 2,000 judges still making their way in. Yu Zhong looked down and sighed, "We were too late. If they had been here a day earlier, they might have been able to cooperate with the militants in Ulan town to fight against the Kingdom of God." However, now, the Kingdom of God had already obtained victory, and if Yu Zhong were to charge in right now, it was likely that both sides would suffer greatly. It was a force made up of judges after all, each of them having undergone a job change and had combat strength vastly superior to an ordinary soldier. Furthermore, they were well equipped with countless threatening and fearsome weapons and explosives. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong might die if not careful. Right at this time, something strange happened. A huge sea of something brown began to charge at Ulan town from the distance. Level 8 strange beast, mutant army ant. They devour everything in their path. Yu Zhong fixed his gaze on them, noting that each of them were only about the size of a human's fist, and the swarm was frighteningly large. There was a strange sense of his hair standing, as he could tell that with the size of the swarm, it was like there were over 1 billion ants within. Such a swarm was even more terrifying than a horde of zombies. The 12 helicopters in the skies began firing down at the mutant ants, blasting them with explosives and fire, consuming the mutant ant. Under that powerful assault, most of the mutant ants turned into ashes. However, all of a sudden, a particular mutant army ant flew out of its swarm with wings. It flapped its wings before soaring towards one of the assault helicopters. These flying army ants began to fire corrosive acid to burn through the covers of the tanks, before using their sharp jaw to tear the armor open. Not long later, the helicopters began to lose their outer hulls, as the mutant army ants tore into the metal and ripped the pilots into shreds. Following the miserable screams, the helicopters that lost their pilots began to wobble and crash towards the ground in powerful explosions. If the 12 helicopters had been utilized properly, they could easily turn the tides of any battle. However, such powerful equipment were actually torn like paper by the small mutant army ants, causing Yu Zhong to feel a chill in his heart. Yu Zhong looked at the 12 helicopters being destroyed and hurried gave an order. "Quick, retreat! Retreat! Bai Shaoxing! Lead the men away! Towards the north! Wait for further orders!" Bai Shaoxing waved his hands and led the elites away from the place hastily. Yu Zhong's body had evolved to a terrifying degree. It would be hard for him to protect his soldiers, but if he was alone, he had confidence that he could break away if things get rough. The judges of the kingdom of God within the Ulan town had quickly received the news of the mutant army ants colony, and they hurried to escape from the town as well. However, what caused them to be despondent was that all the tanks, IFVs and motorcycles had already long left the place, abandoning their own comrades. The speed of the mutant army ants was fast. Although their defense was weak and could be slapped to death by an ordinary person, their speed was fast, reaching 80 kilometers per hour, and thus, the armored troops didn't dare stay behind to wait for their friends. Chapter 628. Rescue. Chapter 628. Rescue. Damn it. Those white bastards. They should all fucking die. Fuck. Damn white apes. This senior had already given my life to them, and they dared to betray us? Fuck. If there's a next life, this senior will fucking kill them all. The judges that had been abandoned were the black and Asian people. In this apocalypse, whoever could provide the milk would be one's mother. As long as one could live, there were many who chose to rely on their old enemies. Selling themselves out for foreigners wasn't a big issue. Not everyone was adamant on nationalism anyway. In the Central Plains, the Kingdom of God had managed to form a few units made up of Chinese. Now that the whole unit was in danger, the Europeans had chosen to abandon their comrades that weren't of the same race as them. One of them, who obviously had a commanding aura about him, hollered out, "Retreat! Back into Ulan town. We will defend ourselves there. Only then there might be hope." Under his lead, the 2,000-strong unit quickly went back into the town. The colony of mutant army ants seemed to have smelled the scent of humans and began to swarm towards Ulan town. The judges started firing wildly as they found positions. Amidst the dense firing, many of the mutant army ants were quickly killed, but their speed was simply too fast. After paying the price of numbers, they managed to pounce onto a particular judge, and their sharp mandibles quickly tore into him. "Arg! It hurts! It hurts!" The soldier screamed out as a huge chunk of flesh were torn by the mutant army ants. With a slap, he managed to flatten one. H. However, when the ant was smashed, the innards splashed out like acid, corroding his right hand, causing him even more agony. No! No! Right after that, a dozen other ants had pounced on him and were already tearing into him, as he screamed out and struggled futilely. More ants swarmed his body, covering every inch as they bit him, and the unfortunate soldier soon stopped moving. By the time the mutant army ants moved on, there was only a bunch of bones left, without a single shred of flesh. Under the pressurizing march of the mutant army ants, many of the elites of the Kingdom of God were quickly reduced to bones, their screams ringing out throughout Ulan town. Should I save them? Yu Zhong eyed the abandoned elites of the Kingdom of God, feeling conflicted. He then charged over towards the colony. Seeing Yu Zhong approach them, a number of the mutant army ants began to crawl towards him. However, Yu Zhong had already swapped out his hurricane necklace and activated the ability, sending gusts of tornadoes out in all directions, blowing the ants away. The number of ants might be crazy, but their strength wasn't too high. Thus, it was easy for them to be blown away. By now, the gunshots in Ulan town was practically deafening. There was no stop to them, and all the judges within were putting their lives on the line. They didn't care about the expenditure of the bullets, and their guns continued to fire without stop. Hand grenades were utilized freely, blasting patches of the ants to oblivion. These soldiers were truly the elites of the Kingdom of God. If an ordinary person were to fight this seemingly unending swarm of ants, they might have lost all hope. However, these judges were still fighting on with a resolute will, and it was truly something to admire. Yu Zhong blew a large number of ants away, and this scene attracted the attention of the judges in Ulan town. Yu Zhong barked out loud, "I'm Yu Zhong. I know you guys are the judges from the kingdom of God. I have an enmity with the kingdom of God and thought they have abandoned you. I'm here to rescue you. Let me ask you this, if I were to save you guys, are you all willing to work for me? Yu Zhong did not want to expend his strength for no reason, so he opened with this negotiation. I'm willing. As long as you save this senior will definitely give my life to you. Great. Yu Zhong, just based on your actions of charging here to save us, as long as you can cover this ass of mine, this senior will serve you for life. A number of the judges began to shout back. After all, they had sold themselves to the kingdom of God purely to lead better lives. There was no true loyalty in that sense. Thus, they had no qualms switching sides to serve Yu Zhong. This was the problem with a lack of unity or bond. Such a situation would not have happened in the Mongolian Empire, Manchurian Empire, or even the Turkic Empire. They were all of one race and one mind. The nationalistic view of their respective groups served to bond the people together. Even if they were to be defeated, they wouldn't serve Yu Zhong so easily. Yu Zhong had captured many of the Mongolian elites, but almost none were willing to serve him. This was part of the advantages of being in a nationalistic group. The middle-aged man who had first led the troops shouted loudly, I am Chern Hong-yi, Deputy Commander of the Kingdom of God's Mongolian Branch, 2nd Battalion. Yu Zhong, as long as you save all of us, the entire unit here will serve you. Good. Yu Zhong waved his hands and sent out his devil flame, as a flaming tornado took form in his hands. He then slapped out at the hands and the powerful fire swept towards the colony and started to consume them. To these mutant army ants, the fire was their strongest bane. With a single sweep of Yu Zhong's devil flame tornado, huge patches of the colony started to burn. The crackling of the ants in the fire resounded throughout. Just this attack alone easily caused over 3,000 of the mutant ants to be cooked. After Yu Zhong had enhanced his devil flame to its second-order stage, it was truly much more fearsome. He could conjure up a devil flame tornado without expending much spirit. Because of this trump card, he dared to step forward to save the elites of the kingdom of God. Awesome! We're saved! Witnessing this, the judges quickly broke out in cheers. There were only 4 of them who had flame-based skills, and even then, there was no way to compare against Yu Zhong. They knew that even if the mutant ants feared fire, they could not rely on their own flame attacks to defeat the ant. Gather towards me, all of you. Yu Zhong looked everywhere and saw a patch of grass that had been cleared and quickly ordered. Chern Hong-yi roared out loud, as he swiftly made his way towards Yu Zhong. Everyone, blitz towards leader Yu Zhong's position. Everyone, on me! Gunshots, explosions and all sorts of abilities were launched as the remaining 1,800 or so swiftly broke through and charged towards the field. Yu Zhong's hands lit up as a long devil flame defensive barrier was conjured around the field. The mutant army ants swarmed over and surrounded the place. After waiting a while, they lost their patience and launched an assault. The moment they went through the fire, their bodies started to burn as crackling sounds rang out, their bodies turning into ash. The remaining soldiers continued to watch from their positions in fear, uncertain if they could hold out. Should the mutant army ants breach the flames, they would become food for them. Although the devil flames did not seem to burn high, they burned strong, incinerating the tens of thousands of ants, without any sign of extinguishing. As the ants continued to launch themselves into the fire, the flames continued to consume them. After burning for 20 minutes, half the colony had been wiped out and the remaining ants turned around, swarming towards another location. Seeing this, the soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. Many slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Their backs were drenched in their cold sweat. The retreat of the army ants left behind a huge amount of survivor coins, 20 white boxes and a few blue crystals. Yu Zhong, whose countenance was slightly pale as well, went to collect all the drops and walked towards the field. Yu Zhong looked at them and declared solemnly, I have already made good on my word. Are you guys willing to fight for me? One bearded and burly man laughed savagely, ha ha ha. Yu Zhong, you're really stupid. You actually believed what we said? What a fool. I know you. You're the highly sought-after enemy of the kingdom of God. As long as we kill you, we will be received into the European quarters and lead a good life. You have just used up so much of your strength. As long as we all attack you, we can become revered. Everyone, attack. We'll live like kings and enjoy ourselves. Chapter 629. Taking in the Defeated. Chapter 629. Taking in the Defeated. The burly man was pretty insidious. Before he finished speaking, he had already retreated. He was extremely clear about Yu Zhong's strength, and he wanted to incite the rest of the judges in killing Yu Zhong, whereas he didn't want to engage him personally. After all, no matter how strong Yu Zhong was, against 1,800 experts, it was impossible for him to win. If you want to enjoy riches, you must be alive to enjoy. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and immediately made to grab the neck of that burly man, before pulling him out from the crowd. His right hand then slashed down at the arm of the burly man, covered with dark dou qi and combined with his 12 times strength. He dismembered the burly man's arm. Ah! My hand! The burly man screamed out in agony. Yu Zhong then flung the offender forcefully to the ground like a broken toy, smashing him. The impact caused the insides of the warrior to jolt violently, and he began retching blood while twitching on the ground. Seeing how vicious and decisive Yu Zhong was, the rest of the judges sucked in cold air and retreated involuntarily. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the judges. Who else still want to try and take my head? One judge came out and spoke loudly. I'm willing to work for you. However, you must ensure that I'm fed. As long as I have food, I'm willing to serve you. Those assholes from the kingdom of God do not treat us like people. If it wasn't for the fact that I needed to eat, this senior would have long fallen out with them. In this apocalypse, many people were willing to go sacrifice or bend their principles just for a meal. Women were willing to sell their bodies for a single bun, while men were willing to bow and serve others just to eat. The judges present were mostly Chinese, and many had been recruited by the kingdom of God purely for the sake of survival. Their equipment were very ordinary ones, or those which had been disposed by the kingdom of God. Most of the heavier and more powerful weapons were in the hands of the Europeans, and thus, these judges were usually treated as cannon fodder. Under such circumstances, it was natural that these judges were unhappy. However, because of their fear of the kingdom of God, they didn't dare to rebel and could only continue to serve obediently. Yu Zhong looked at the elite soldier who had pledged his services first and said appreciatively, "Good. What's your name?" The judge replied, "I'm Yu Wen-ing." Yu Zhong chuckled, "All right, from now on, you're a battalion commander of major rank." He had always treated the first one to submit to him well. This would thus ensure the ones behind to be more motivated to do the same. Yu Wen-ing immediately got down on one knee in joy. "Many thanks, leader. Yu Wen-ing is willing to die for leader. Zhang Wen is willing to serve leader. Lu Ha is willing to serve leader." With a way out, many of the judges began to submit to Yu Zhong. Since the kingdom of God had abandoned them, they had nowhere else to go and could only choose to go with Yu Zhong. Over 1,300 of them chose to follow Yu Zhong, whereas the remaining 500 stood by in 5 groups and watched coldly. One burly man with a fierce face, eagle-like eyes and a hooked nose was silent for quite a while before saying, "Brother Yu Zhong, this time, I, Nyodali, am grateful to you for saving us. I'll be sure to repay this in the future. I'll say my goodbyes for now. Brothers, let's go." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed dangerously. "Wait, Nyodali, what did you promise earlier? Are you trying to go back on your word?" Nyodali turned to stare at Yu Zhong, his own eyes flashing coldly. Yu Zhong, we've gathered here amicably, let's leave here amicably. Don't force my hand. I know you're strong. However, I have over 100 brothers who are willing to go through hell with me. Nyodali had over 100 of elites of the Kingdom of God, and he wanted to make use of this chance to start his own faction. After he finished speaking, the 100 judges stepped forward with their guns aimed at Yu Zhong, and the atmosphere turned extremely heavy. Of those who had chosen to submit to Yu Zhong, many hesitated. Only Yu Wenning and a dozen others raised their guns and pointed back at Nyodali. Yu Wenning was of a mind to rely on Yu Zhong, whereas the rest were still unprepared for such a critical situation. Yu Zhong then pointed to Nyodali and spoke coldly, "Since this is the case, you can take your 100 brothers with you to hell. Yin Shuang, wipe them out." "Yes, father." Following a bright, clear laughter, Yin Shuang shot towards Nyodali like a tornado as a small fist blasted towards his head. Nyodali was also a level 30 evolver and his danger perception was pretty high. The moment Yin Shuang moved, he was overwhelmed with hair-raising sense of danger and his hands had just moved slightly. However, Yin Shuang's snow-white fist had already arrived at his head, blasting it apart. Killing Nyodali with a single attack, Yin Shuang continued to fly about, her fists being weapons of mass destruction. They continued to rain blows on Nyodali's brothers, causing many of their heads to explode in a shower of blood and brain. No! After another 10 soldiers had their heads exploded, the rest of Nyodali's men finally responded and they started to fire wildly in the skies to no avail. Yin Shuang's speed had already exceeded the sound barrier, and the judges, having gathered together, looked just like a bunch of fat sheep. In just 20 seconds, Nyodali's 100 brothers were all wiped out. Not a single one of them could withstand a blow from her. After she had easily disposed of those soldiers, Yin Shuang ran back to Yu Zhong with a wide and innocent smile, saying, "Father, father, I've killed them all. Did I do well?" The rest of the judges watched in horror as this little girl in white with a sweet smile walked away from destruction, and their skin crawled, as though they had just seen a demon. Yu Zhong grinned and ruffled her hair, before giving her a lollipop. "Well done. My Yin Shuang is the smartest and the best. This is your reward." Yin Shuang grabbed the lollipop and leaped into his arms, before pecking him on the cheeks. "Thank you, father. Father is the best." As he held her, he turned around to eye the rest of the 400 soldiers still standing on the fence. "What are your plans then? Submit to me or choose to die here?" The Kingdom of God elite soldier, whom the rest had gathered around, decided not to hesitate any more and kneeled in front of Yu Zhong. "Zhang Lubo is willing to serve leader. Zhao Yi is willing to serve leader. Ma Dong is willing to serve leader. Lu Xian is willing to serve leader." The rest of the little ringleaders did not dare to bargain further and immediately submitted. They did not want to become cold corpses. Yu Zhong asked, "Good. I want to know, why does the Kingdom of God want to attack Ulan town?" The Kingdom of God had a motive behind every operation. If it wasn't for expansion, there must be some technologically advanced blueprint. "Leader, I do not know. I think the same goes for everybody here." Zhang Lubo hesitated before replying, "The Kingdom of God is cautious against us as we aren't of the same race as them. We only have to follow their orders and the end goal or motive is never made known to us." Yu Zhong's gaze fell upon Yu Wenning. Feeling his gaze, Yu Wenning immediately responded, "Leader, it's true. All the higher-ups in the Kingdom of God are Europeans. Our Chinese, Japanese, African, Thai and other counterparts are only eligible to become heads of our own unit. All the secrets are held in the hands of the Western people. They have never told us anything." The Kingdom of God viewed all other races with contempt. They would delegate tasks that they didn't want to these people and would not tolerate their existence within the upper echelons. Even within the Westerners there were different tiers as well. The highest level was the Aryans, while the lowest was the Jews. However, even then, the Jews were of a higher standing than any other non-white race. Yu Zhong could not help but frown. Leader. I know. Right at this time, a small voice resounded. Yu Wenning cast a suspicious glance at that soldier as he reprimanded, Yang Xiong, are you for real? Don't make some wild guess and mislead the leader. The handsome Yang Xiong flushed as he said, Yesterday I slept with a white chick. She spoke some stuff in her excitement. Within the Ulan mountain range behind Ulan town, there's a hidden military facility. This time, we were sent here to obtain the equipment inside there. Yu Zhong immediately clenched his fist. Indeed. They had also received the news then? The Kingdom of God had already begun large-scale revitalizing works and could manufacture things like the Thunder Fighter. However, they had to face the whole world, thus, they still required some of the legacies left behind from prior to the apocalypse. They already had a large amount of info with regards to major facilities as well as satellite. This was how they could monitor the entire Earth. Yu Zhong then asked, to whom does the territory of Ulan town belong to? Zhang Lubo laughed bitterly and shook his head, not too sure. Based on my conjecture, I think they should have been some border guards as well as some survivors. Yu Zhong then surveyed the area and spoke solemnly, Yu Wenning, Zhang Lubo, Zhao Yi, Lu Xian, Ma Dong, go get some men to scout out the town. Yes, leader. The 5 of them immediately organized small search teams and set off. Ulan town still had a number of survivors hiding earlier, but with the march of the tens of thousands of mutant army ants, everything had been consumed, leaving only bones behind. Seeing the bones, Yu Wenning and the rest had horrid expressions. At the same time, they could not help but rejoice for the timely arrival of Yu Zhong. At most, they could have killed over 1,000 more, but they would definitely have died if not for him. Going back to Yu Zhong's side, Yu Wenning had an unsightly expression. Leader, it's bad. All the rations have in Ulan town had been consumed by the mutant army ant. There's not even a rat left. What do we do? Zhang Lubo and the rest also looked at Yu Zhong anxiously. Each time the Kingdom of God sent a large convoy out, there would be food trucks that accompanied each mission. Since those trucks had been driven away by the other elites of the Kingdom of God, and the entire ration supply of Ulan town had been wiped clean, these ex-Koji soldiers were getting worried. They had brought along dried biscuits and chocolates, but it wasn't much. Without enough nourishment, they would succumb to hunger and be unable to utilize more of their strength. Yu Zhong pointed to one room. Don't worry about food. I'm prepared. The food over there is enough to last for 3 days. Zhang Lubo and the rest looked at the room suspiciously. They had searched the place once, but there was nothing. However, since Yu Zhong said so, they could only send someone to go search. Yu Wenning came out with an excited expression. Rations? Plenty of them. Leader, you're truly something else. He had discovered over 3 tons of rice, which was enough to last them for 3 days. The eyes of the soldiers were also filled with a newfound respect. They knew that it had been Yu Zhong's doing. Being able to conjure up so much, it proved that Yu Zhong's strength was unfathomable and his ways mysterious. One sentry came rushing up to the group, warning, Not good. Leader, there seems to be a division making their way over here. Their aim seems to be the Ulan town as well. Yu Zhong frowned and walked over to the border. What? Come with me. Make sure to maintain your cover. Don't let the enemy discover we're here. Coming to the side, Yu Zhong noticed a number of riders atop black stallions, kicking up clouds of dust as they galloped towards Ulan town. The Gold Wolf riders. The Turkish forces. Yu Zhong could see the gold wolf emblem on the uniforms and his expression turned unsightly. Chapter 630, Ulan Mountain Range. Chapter 630, Ulan Mountain Range. What should I do? Yu Zhong pondered while clenching his fists tightly. There were over 1,700 soldiers that were above level 20. Their strength was formidable. However, in the earlier clash against the mutant army ant, many have spent their bullets and abilities. Without their bullets, they were just ordinary level 20 enhancers. Other than the lack of ammunition, many of the soldiers had taken part in the battle in Ulan town. After that, the clash with the mutant army ants had exhausted them. Furthermore, the most important thing was that they had just swore fealty to Yu Zhong, and he had no confidence of fully controlling these men. He was worried that the moment the battle turned for the worse, they might lose their will and order will collapse. Yu Zhong then ordered, "Convey my order. Everyone is to hide and not to reveal your traces. Wait for further instructions." "Yes, leader." Yuan Ying and the rest quickly hid themselves in Ulan town. The enhancement level of these soldiers weren't high, but they had undergone special training while under the kingdom of God. Covering their traces while hiding was one of the basic skills. Soon, Ulan town became a dead town without any movement. This is Ulan town. Within the Gold Wolf Riders, one particular male who looked about 27 or 28, with a huge beard and a towering frame, muttered as he looked coldly at Ulan town. Another Turkic general spoke with a feverish look. "General Abudadama, this is Ulan town. Once we have crossed it, we will have reached the Ulan mountain range. As long as we can gain that facility's supplies, our Gold Wolf Riders would become the strongest faction out here in the Central Plains." Abudadama was one of the strongest evolvers in the Turk Empire. He and Dong Ermolii were two powerhouses under Wu'er Tuachuo. He had followed Wu'er Tuachuo throughout all his battles and conquests and had torn countless experts apart. For the mission to obtain the regiment's worth of equipment, Abudadama had brought along 2,000 elites of the Gold Wolf Riders. The possibilities on possessing an advanced battalion with sufficient supplies and firepower was endless. Yu Zhong had demonstrated this by making use of the Thunder Fighters he procured from Chimu town. In that battle, because of the 8 Thunder Fighters, they had managed to destroy the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy for Yu Zhong to repel those forces. Abudadama's cold voice rang out and, this time, the Mongol Empire and Manchurian Empire had also obtained the same news. "We need to be the fastest, the first ones to obtain those supplies. Convey my order. No one is to remain in Ulan town for more than a second necessary. We have to make haste for Ulan town." One Turk general had an expression of concern. "General, isn't this too dangerous? What if there are people lying in wait for us in Ulan town?" Abudadama calmly replied, "Impossible. Those mutant army ants had just gone through this town. Those fearsome creatures would have already cleaned the entire area of living things. Even if there were people here, they would be a pile of bones by now." The mutant army ant colony was one of the most feared entities out here near the Ulan mountain range. Abudadama had come across them once, and other than himself and a few other agility-based evolvers, everyone else had been consumed entirely. Remembering the terror that those creatures posed, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The Turk general immediately chose to kiss ass. General is wise. Under Abudadama's lead, the 3,000 Gold Wolf Riders immediately kicked up a cloud of dust and charged through Ulan town, following the road towards the mountain range. When they had left, Yu Zhong emerged from a building. He had decided not to ambush them, because Abudadama would fulfill the role of being cannon fodder, testing the depths of Ulan mountain range. Yu Zhong then gave an order to Yuan Ying, "Convey my orders. Everyone is to begin fortification works on Ulan town. As for food and other resources, I will arrange for supplies to be transported here." There were all sorts of mutant beasts and plants within the Ulan mountain range, and it was a good training ground. If those evolvers of above level 40 and above wanted to improve themselves, they could only head over to the mountain range to train. Upon controlling Ulan town in the future, Yu Zhong could use it to produce level 40 evolvers. Yes, Yuan and the rest immediately got to work the moment Yu Zhong passed his orders and began work in Ulan town. They had undergone basic structural works and practice under the kingdom of God as well, and many had tools on them. Adding on to the fact that they were enhancers, their strength being higher than ordinary people by more than 3 times, the works went easy. At the same time, Yao Yao began to lead an expedition to transport resources and supplies from Chimu town to Ulan town. Bai Shaoxing quickly brought 50 elites towards Ulan town, and Yu Zhong handed the defense of the town to him, before he chased after the Gold Wolf riders by himself. Yu Zhong was not confident in leaving the town to Yuan and the rest. Hence, he got Bai Shaoxing and Yin Shuang to stay behind. With Yin Shuang, that fearsome girl demon, staying put in Ulan town, even if any of the soldiers from the Koji had any strange thoughts, they could only harbor it in their hearts. Bai Shaoxing and the 50 elites were thus also part of the control Yu Zhong had designated. These 1,700 ex-Koji soldiers were all trained and changed classes to soldiers. With enough ammunition and supplies, they were fearsome soldiers. They were not some motley bunch, and although there were only 1,700 of them, with enough logistics and supplies, they could take down over 5,000 elite Japanese soldiers of the Takama Jiehara. Not even 10,000 ordinary soldiers were a match for them. The moment they came under him, Yu Zhong finally possessed enough manpower to go against the other factions in the Central Plains. Since he wanted to power these 1,700 soldiers and didn't want to abandon the regiment's worth of supplies in the Ulan mountain range, he could only go after a Buddha-Dhamma by himself. Currently, Yu Zhong had already enhanced himself to be equivalent to an elite battalion. It can be said he was a one-man army himself. He had the might to contend against small factions. He did not have any black stallions, but with his swift shadow bike, he soon managed to catch up to the forces of a Buddha-Dhamma. The 3,000 Gold Wolf riders had been diligent and rushed all the way, choosing only to rest for the night at the foot of the mountain range. A Buddha-Dhamma had then brought them in after they were well rested. 3,000 people proceeded slowly in the forest, with all of them on high alert. They had followed the road that was already carved out, not daring to step out of line. In this apocalyptic world, the forests and jungles were dangerous places. It is equal to city areas with dense populations. In the wilderness there were all sorts of terrifying mutant beasts. If one wasn't careful, even a peak-level evolver could possibly die at the hands of a mutant beast. The scent of these 3,000 people had obviously attracted some of the powerful hunters within the forest, and following some rustling sounds and movements, multiple pair of eyes with ferocious glints stared out at a Buddha-Dhamma and his men. A Buddha-Dhamma could sense the danger as a high-level expert, and he instantly felt a bad feeling. Not good. We have been targeted. Ah! At this time, from behind the troops, a scream resounded as a mutant wolf leapt out from the tall grass, pouncing onto one of the Gold Wolf riders, tearing into his throat. The scream was the last sound he made. At almost the same time, over 100 wolves that had been hiding in the grass leaped out, and they begun to attack the various warriors of the Gold Wolf riders, ripping their throats. Over 200 members of the Gold Wolf riders were taken out within that instant, and some were even injured from the swipes and slashes. Damn it! A Buddha-Dhamma was furious, and he shot through the mutant wolves with his speed of 26 times, waving his gold-colored curved blade as a number of sword beams slashed out at the mutant wolves. Many of them were easily slashed in two by him, their blood dyeing the ground red. Yu Zhong, who had activated his second-order stealth and was hiding in one corner watching, felt a chill in his heart. Agility-based evolver. He must be a peak-level one. Yu Zhong's own speed was 25 times that of a person, having exceeded a Type 2 lightning, and few evolvers could match up to him. The fact that a Buddha-Dhamma's speed could rival his and be even faster was proof that he definitely was an agility-based evolver that focused on the development of speed. A Buddha-Dhamma entered the fray, and together with a few other experts, They managed to quickly clear the mutant wolves' pack. However, they paid the price of over 300 people. Help! Help! Save me! Save me! Suddenly, screams of help erupted from the Gold Wolf riders. Chapter 631. Man-Eating Mutant Flower. Chapter 631. Man-Eating Mutant Flower. Eugène caught sight of countless mutant mountain leeches the size of 3 fingers, falling like rain, landing on the bodies of the Gold Wolf riders. They crawled all around the bodies of the Gold Wolf riders who were screaming out and struggling, helpless as they were sucked dry of their body fluids before crumpling to the ground. The warriors of the Gold Wolf riders tried to slap the leeches away to no avail. Each time they slapped out, part of their flesh would be ripped off together with the leeches, their blood flowing profusely. It was a horrific sight. Another 100 or so of the warriors struggled frantically and were unfortunately sucked dry by these mutant leeches. Just as these mutant leeches managed to suck those Gold Wolf riders dry, they slithered towards the remaining Gold Wolf riders with insane speed, looking like little snakes. After their mutation, these mutant mountain leeches had undergone drastic changes, reaching powerful suction speed and movement. When they saw the emaciated corpses of their comrades, the Gold Wolf riders were terrified and began to back up as they hacked and slashed at the mutant leeches, slicing them in half. The life force of the mutant leeches were stubbornly strong. Even after being sliced in two, they still wouldn't die. Many had even managed to latch onto more Gold Wolf riders, their sharp teeth sinking into the bodies, and began to suck greedily. The warriors were getting frightened and many started to fire their weapons. These mutant leeches might be small, but their numbers were vast, and the whole swarm of them moved towards the warriors, looking like a sea. Help! Ah! From time to time, screams would ring out from the group of Gold Wolf riders, many of them becoming dried corpses. Abudadama looked at the densely packed mutant mountain leeches and roared out, "Guxianli! Eradicate these damned worms!" Abudadama's main strength was slaughtering on the battlefield. As for the clearing of such creeps, it would be like slapping flies. One particular beautiful woman stepped out, her nose high and sharp, her skin fair. Her eyes were bewitching and her figure voluptuous. She waved her hands and a terrifying flame was conjured out of thin air, burning the entire patch of worms. Those mutant worms were the most afraid of flames, and the moment they were burned, they shriveled up and died, emitting crackling sounds as they were burnt. In the Turkic Empire, where experts were numerous, Guxianli happened to be a top expert fighting with fire. She was a spirit-based evolver, a genius amongst genius. However, her combat strength was slightly inferior to both Dong-Er Molei and Abudadama. After eradicating the swarm of mutant leeches, the Gold Wolf riders continued their advance. However, their morale was low. After all, they had not yet engaged in any true battle or fights, but they had already lost over 400 people with 50 injured. It was about 1% of their strength, and they naturally could not muster any fighting spirit. Abudadama looked at them and opened his mouth to say, "This time, everyone had worked hard. Once we complete this mission, I will ask the Emperor to open the Red Inn and let everyone enjoy themselves for 10 days. What? The Red Inn? For real? That's great. This time, I'll definitely do my best for the mission." Hearing the words of Abudadama, all the Gold Wolf riders became excited. The Red Inn was a sort of attraction place of the Turkic Empire, where many beauties of different races and descent were placed. They were all beauties in the world before the apocalypse, and each of them had the aura of top beauties. This place was only reserved for those who had obtained huge merits for the army and could enjoy the women inside. When the Gold Wolf riders heard that they were allowed to head to the Red Inn, everyone suddenly seemed to be excited. It was a sacred place where only generals were allowed. Now they could go and have a taste themselves. The soldiers of the Gold Wolf riders became excited and continued through the forests, easily defeating a group of mutant monkeys before reaching their destination. Surrounded by many trees, a huge barracks the size of hundreds of hectares appeared in front of them. Abutadama's eyes narrowed, and he saw 2 rows of tanks sitting neatly within the camp, and his eyes immediately lit up in joy. Tanks? We've struck gold. Out here in the Central Plains, a single tank possessed the strength to wipe out a faction of over 1,000 people. Abutadama could tell that there were about 8 tanks right outside, and there were definitely even more supplies within. Charge! Everybody charge in! Abutadama roared out as he waved his curved blade, charging into the camp. A regiment would not exceed 10,000 people. With Abutadama's current strength, even if there were 10,000 zombies inside, it wouldn't be an issue to kill them. The 2,000 over Gold Wolf riders immediately charged into the huge barrack. The moment the forces of Abutadama charged in, they realized there were no zombies anywhere. Within the huge barracks, there were thick vines growing and large, vibrant flowers grew on them. Abutadama had sensed a strange atmosphere the moment he stepped into the barracks, and he was overwhelmed by a strong sense of danger, causing him to shout involuntarily, "Retreat! Retreat!" Under his orders, the 2,000 over Gold Wolf riders began to retreat out. Right at this moment, a long vine covered in fresh and pretty flowers shot out, and the huge flower seemed to bloom with life opened, revealing a deep dark hole that had no end and rows of sharp teeth. This huge flower clamped down on the head of a few Gold Wolf riders like a specter. With a powerful thug and a kacha sound, the heads of those Gold Wolf riders were torn from their bodies, their corpses slumping to the ground. The rest of the Gold Wolf riders began to slash the flowers with vigor, when suddenly a few vines shot out from the ground, piercing some of the Gold Wolf riders, absorbing their innards greedily. In an instant, over 400 Gold Wolf riders had their heads torn off by those fearsome flowers, turning into fertilizer for the monstrous mutant plants. Fuck! Abutadama's blade slashed out in bright flashes, chopping the vines while sounds of metal hitting metal resounded. The Type 4 treasure that was his weapon had no means of cutting through those vines. Guxianli! Burn these fucking plants! Abutadama tried to dodge the attacks of the vines as he roared out. Guxianli's eyes flashed coldly, as she retreated and waved her hands about, a strong flame tornado firing out towards the vines. When the burning hot flames landed on the flowers, the vines instantly burnt and sounds of crackling were heard. The vines seemed to be able to tell that Guxianli possessed the means to threaten them. Hence, all the vines near the entrance let go off everyone else and made to claw towards Guxianli. Countless vines shot towards her, intending to slap her to death. Witnessing this, Guxianli immediately felt despair. Her ability was strong, but her personal combat skills were not as strong. The vines would be able to slap her into meat paste. Guxianli! Abutadama roared out and finally revealed his trump card. His face turned pale as 2 sharp fangs revealed themselves in his mouth. With a flash, he disappeared from his location and surpassed the speed of the mutant vines, instantly appearing beside Guxianli and grabbed her to disappear from the location. His trump card was the second-order vampire transformation. Turning into a vampire could push his speed to an insane limit, reaching 34 times that of a normal person. His transformation gave him a speed that was even few times faster than Yuzhong. The speed of those vines weren't slow, and Abutadama was forced to evade as much as he could. In the end, he was still struck heavily by 2 of them, causing him to soar in the air for over 20 m, spitting blood. Abutadama didn't dare to stay a second longer within the area of the vines and quickly appeared outside of the barracks in a few breaths. The remaining 1,000 over warriors of the Gold Wolf riders also ran out pathetically. However, just as they managed to escape, countless bullets rained down upon them, ripping into their bodies. 2,000 Manchurian forces had teamed up with the Mongolians as they established some form of formation, hiding behind cover as they fired bullets wildly at the Gold Wolf riders. Ao-do stood with the Manchurian forces and called out coldly, "Abutadama, I'm very thankful that you guys have fulfilled your roles as cannon fodder so perfectly. You've actually helped us discover the secret of this base. Now that you're useless, you may die." The Turkic Empire had always been vicious and ruthless, killing many Manchurians as well as their elite. That was why Ao-do was full of hatred for Abutadama as well. Abutadama saw the numerous Gold Wolf riders under him in their own pools of blood and roared, "Ao-do, you fucking animal! You actually are in cahoots with the Mongols. You'll die a horrible death. Today's matter, I'll definitely not forget this. You'd all better remember this." Chapter 632, Trap. Chapter 632, Trap. Ao-do laughed cruelly, "Humph. This time next year will be your death anniversary. Abutadama, when you're dead, I'll help you. Take care of Guxianli. I will get all my subordinates to help take good care of her." Under that barrage of bullets, a large number of Gold Wolf riders were riddled with bullets, and the remaining survivors quickly retreated back toward the barrack. A number of snake-like vines wormed their way towards the soldiers, and the mutant man-eating flowers bloomed and devoured the retreating soldiers. "No! No!" One particular vine snaked around the legs of an unfortunate soldier and dragged him towards the flower to be consumed. The Gold Wolf rider turned to fire at them, flowers and vines, firing madly. He managed to blast the petals and mouth of the flower, when suddenly, a huge sharp tendril shot out from within, piercing his throat. After killing that Gold Wolf rider, other tendrils shot out and pierced his body, as they started to absorb his bodily fluids. "Go to hell! Go to hell!" Another soldier that had rushed into the camp began to fire wildly at the mutant flowers, to no avail. A mutant flower suddenly dropped down from the skies, enveloping the head of one Gold Wolf rider, and with a "kacha" sound, his head was instantly bitten off. As the screams rang out, many of the Gold Wolf riders were being killed off, their bodies devoured entirely. "Die! Die!" One blade-wielding Saint Wolf rider finally snapped, and he began to lash out, slicing out madly. Under his enraged attacks, nothing could not be destroyed. After slicing through about 10 thick vines, over 100 vines suddenly burst forth like cannons from all directions and pierced towards him. The moment the vines attacked, they turned the Saint Wolf rider into a sieve. Although he could easily slash through some of the vines, with an assault like this, it was impossible for him to evade. Another Saint Wolf rider utilized his ice manipulation skills and blasted out with his fist. A strong freezing energy enveloped one of the vines. At the next instant, with a loud "kacha," the ice broke apart and the mutant man-eating flower opened its huge mouth to swallow the head of the Saint Wolf rider. The entire barracks was like a scene out of hell, with numerous man-eating flowers gobbling up Gold Wolf riders everywhere, and even the Saint Wolf riders could not hold out any longer under the countless tendrils and vines. Abutadama carried Guxianli and retreated all the way into the midst of the barracks, and felt his stamina dropping like crazy. He could only roar out, "Charge out! Charge out and have it out with them! There's only hope if we do that! Saint Wolf riders on me!" The Gold Wolf riders in the barracks all had bloodshot eyes, their expressions like cornered beasts, and with a resounding, unified roar they all charged out. They had been pushed to desperation, and remaining in the barracks would just spell death. As they charged out, bullets met them. The remaining 120 Saint Wolf riders braved the rain of bullet, charging forth towards the Manchu and Mongol allied forces. Since they were already desperate, there was nothing to do except charge headlong. These Saint Wolf riders were all wearing Type 2 mutant beast hide and some other armor made out of high-level mutant beast hide. They could withstand ordinary bullet. The dense barrage of bullets only managed to kill 20, of the Saint Wolf riders, their bodies slumping to the ground. The remaining Saint Wolf riders managed to reach the Allied forces and began to unleash a massacre on them. These were all enhanced above level 20, and easily slaughtered 30 soldiers of the Allied forces. Kill! Aodo waved his hands and ordered coldly. The White Armor Army's leader, Ming Shu Wu, who wielded a large curved blade of over 2 m, led 100 members of the White Armor Army and charged right for the Saint Wolf Riders. Ming Shu Wu was an agility-based evolver and had over 18 times speed of a normal person. Each time he slashed out at his maximum speed, his strikes would exceed the sound barrier. As he met the Saint Wolf Riders, many of them were instantly sliced in half. He was like a gust of wind, and each time he flashed past, there would be a spray of blood and a body that was split in half. It seemed that no one could withstand a single hit from him. On the Mongol side, there was also a peak-level expert by the name of Han, who led his own forces to attack the Saint Wolf Riders. The man called Han was a 2 m tall warrior who wielded a huge hammer of over 600 kilograms. In his hands it was like a needle, and he waved it about easily, smashing his enemies into pulp. Aodo and the general of the Mongol army, Zhili Mu, just eyed Abudadama coldly. As long as he moved, they would join hands to attack him. As a peak-level evolver, Abudadama was a threat and his strength was higher than most of the fighters on the field. The moment he escaped, the Manchuria and Mongol empires would have another strong enemy to deal with. Aodo and Zhili Mu would definitely not let him get away. Although they didn't yet move, their fixed gaze was like a strong pressure on Abudadama. He was extremely clear that these two were just waiting for a good opportunity to make him stay once and for all. Zhili Mu eyed Abudadama and called out, "Abudadama, I actually do admire you and your talents. If you surrender to me right now and swear loyalty to our Mongol Empire, I can let you and Guxianli off. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You guys are still young, it would be such a waste to die here. There are countless things in this world still meant to be enjoyed." Beside Aodo, a crafty-looking man by the name of Nyodong laughed out lewdly. "That's right, Abudadama, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think of Guxianli in your arms, right? If you were to die here, and she lands up in our hands, all our brothers here will really take care of her, you know? I wonder how long she will be able to last?" Nyodong was a lustful and low man, his mouth extremely sharp and poisonous. He was also utilized by Aodo to either convince enemies or to curse at them. Abudadama could not help but tremble slightly. If it was just him alone, he would definitely not think of surrendering. With his agility and power, even if he couldn't fight them, he could definitely outrun them. However, with Guxianli in his arms, it was harder. Aodo and Zhili Mu were both experts on par with Abudadama. Other than them, there was the White Armor Army and the Chieshwe Army to consider. If he was surrounded, it would be impossible for him to break out. Guxianli raised her head to look at Abudadama and pleaded, "Dama? I don't want to die. Let's live on together." Some people would choose to end their lives themselves at the face of death, yet more would want to live. Even if it was at the cost of their pride and dignity, they would still want to live. Guxianli's words broke Abudadama's final line of his psychological barrier. He really loved this woman, whose figure, behavior, and sultriness in bed thoroughly mesmerized him. He gritted his teeth and made the decision, "Fine, Aodo, Zhili Mu. I can take my men to surrender. However, you have to promise the safety of my troops and immediately cease all attacks." "Stop all attacks." With a single command, the Allied forces stopped attacking the Gold Wolf Riders. The remaining 300 Gold Wolf Riders panted, looking at their fellow comrades who lay dead all around them. Many of them weren't willing to die. One Saint Wolf Rider charged at Abudadama with a savage look. "Abudadama? How could you betray us? You fucking traitor!" I'll kill you. We'll kill you. Kill this traitor dog. There were many loyal Turks amongst the Gold Wolf riders, and they were of one mind for the revival of the Turk Empire. Witnessing Abudadama's betrayal, they could not help but launch their attack. Seeking death, Abudadama carried Guxianli and his eyes flashed coldly. In a flash, he charged into the midst of the Saint Wolf riders, slashing at the loyal Saint Wolf riders and killing them. After killing dozens of experts instantly, Abudadama kneeled in front of Zhilimu on a single knee and proclaimed, "Abudadama is willing to serve the Mongol Empire." The enmity between the Gold Wolf riders and Manchuria was extremely deep. Furthermore, since the largest faction was the Mongol Empire out here in the Central Plains, it was natural that Abudadama chose to serve the Mongol Empire compared to Manchuria. Good. 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 Zhilimu's face had a smile, before it suddenly twisted into a savage grin, and he activated his own killing move, second-order explosive fist. His right fist suddenly swung towards Abudadama's head with a terrifying speed, as well as raging flames. Since Abudadama was a peak evolver, the moment Zhilimu moved, he had already felt a premonition, and he twisted to evade the blow. Unfortunately, Abudadama had kneeled on one knee, and although his speed was almost unparalleled, it was still slightly slow. The blow from Zhilimu managed to strike his right shoulder. An explosive strength burst out, blasting the Abudadama's shoulder together with the Type 3 mutant beast hide into pieces. The flames burned his face, resulting in an ugly charred look. He could not open his eyes as well. He gritted his teeth and bore with the pain, retreating backwards like a squid. He knew it was a critical moment and he might die if he wasn't careful. Abudadama retreated with his eyes squinted, and a sharp blade whistled through the air, threatening to split him at the waist. Facing that impending blow, Abudadama was somehow still able to twist his body and dodge that powerful killing move. "You can die without regrets." Following an icy tone, Ao-Do immediately stabbed down with a silver-curved blade, piercing Abudadama's heart. With another bright flash, his large blade then split his body in two. "Kill them all!" After taking care of Abudadama, Ao-Do ordered coldly. The Allied forces then raised their guns immediately and fired wildly at the Gold Wolf riders, who were caught off guard and died. In an instant, the powerful Xie troops and White Armor army charged at the Gold Wolf riders, targeting the stronger Saint Wolf riders. Ao-Do's gaze was cold as he walked towards Guxianli. Guxianli kneeled on the ground, her face full of fear as she pleaded, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything for you. You can get me to do anything. Please, don't kill me." Ao-Do looked at her with contempt. For such a woman, Abudadama actually died. What a fool! Zhilimu laughed. He's truly stupid. With his standing, he could get any women he wanted. He actually lost his life for this bitch. What a waste. If it wasn't for his stupidity, it would have been harder to kill him. Although she's a stupid bitch, she actually did manage to help us with this, even though it was unintentional. Let's spare her. She still has some use. Ao-Do looked at her and said, "Fine. Guxianli, we won't kill you. Get up." Guxianli stood up, twisting her snake-like waist as she smiled seductively at Ao-Do. "Yes, Sir Ao-Do." She had relied on her attractive charms to thoroughly capture Abudadama's heart, keeping him deep in her pockets. The Allied forces thus wiped out the rest of the Gold Wolf riders with ease, and there were corpses everywhere, with blood and organs splattered all around. A number of vines shot out from the barracks, piercing the corpses, sucking them dry. Chapter 633, Trance. Chapter 633, Trance. Ao-Do looked at the tendrils and vines stretching out all over the ground within the barracks and frowned. "Those mutant plants are truly something else. Any suggestions?" Zhilimu thought deeply before replying. "Bullets. Weapons are ineffective. Fire, they seem to be afraid of fire. We can get those with fire-based abilities to deal with them. Aodo countered, that may be true, but they are too numerous. Even if all the flame users were to expend all their energy, it's impossible to burn the entire thing. Jelimu laughed out confidently, no need to worry. I've observed for a while. They might look like countless vines, in fact, they're all from a single source. As long as we can take down the main trunk of the mutant plant, all the vines will die out. Zhemu Li didn't only possess strength. He had high intelligence and was always observing the battlefield, quickly discerning the crux of the problem. Aodo spoke solemnly. To deal with those vines, ordinary soldiers aren't going to be of help. We need to form a proper task force, and eliminate the vines before slowly making our way in and destroying the main trunk. Jelimu nodded slightly, and, if ordinary soldiers were to step up to fight against those vines, they would just die. Jelimu didn't want to squander their lives just like that. Aodo turned to glance at Guxianli coldly. Guxianli, you're coming with us. Guxianli replied warmly, yes. Soon, a force of over 200 white armor soldiers and Xie troops were gathered, and led by Aodo and Jelimu, they entered the barracks. The moment this troop of over 200 elites entered the barracks, countless vines and tendrils shot towards them. This time, Aodo and the rest were prepared, as they got into a formation that supported and protected one another. With Aodo and another 3 powerful blade experts as the vanguard, they slashed through the incoming vines, constantly making their way deeper into the army camp. The vines were being chopped up by Aodo and the rest, as they forcefully carved a bloody path towards the center. Yuzhong had activated his second order and was following behind Aodo. After cutting through countless vines, Aodo finally managed to arrive at the deep parts of the camp. The troops immediately saw a huge tree that stood tall, reaching the clouds, with a trunk so thick that not even 20 people could wrap their arms around it. Numerous vines as thick as water buckets hung from the branches, as a number of man-eating mutant flowers bloomed all over the vines. A strong flowery fragrance was in the air as well. As they arrived in front of this strange giant tree, all of the people had shock in their eyes when they saw it. Not even Yuzhong was unaffected. On top of the tree, there was a strange woman with absolutely stunning looks that wore countless leaves woven together as a top. Her legs were uncovered, and her hair was a thick lush green color. Her eyes were clear, and her figure was extremely sexy and attractive. She looked down at the soldiers quietly. Seeing such a beauty sitting atop the mutant plant that consumed humans, this caused everyone to feel a sense of shock and mystery. The green-haired woman continued to eye all of them, her eyes sweeping across them, before landing on Yuzhong, who was hiding in a corner while in stealth. I was discovered. Yuzhong saw that he was found out immediately by the bewitching beauty and felt his hairs stand. Female tree spirit, a high-intelligence biological entity among the mutant plants. Yuzhong looked at the green-haired beauty as a notification resounded in his mind. As the beauty continued to survey the troops below, the vines on the tree did not attack them. Aodo did not really react much to the beautiful tree spirit, instead ordering loudly, Guxianli, set fire to the tree. Hurry! Yes. Guxianli gritted her teeth and activated her flame manipulation. A powerful fiery tornado conjured out of thin air and shot towards the trunk of the tree. With Aodo in the center, 7 other enhancers with flame manipulation skills began to fire at the huge tree trunk. As the flame skills blasted the huge tree, it began to catch fire and burn. The seemingly immobile vines immediately shot towards the people below. Aodo and the rest began to exhibit their skills and abilities, chopping the various tendrils and vines. The green-haired beauty had a cold look flash past her eyes, and she leaped up, emitting a sharp howl towards the skies. Immediately after that call, numerous round fruits of about 1.45 m dropped down from the tree, landing on the ground. When they landed, they split apart to reveal strange creatures within with yellow hair, ugly looks, green skin, thick and coarse legs, as well as sharp claws. Level 30 strange beast, low-level treant. Extremely agile, its sharp claws can tear an armored vehicle apart. When they appeared, they immediately charged right at Ao-Do and the rest. A number actually routed around them and aimed for the allied forces outside. With a flash of his silver-curved blade, Ao-Do managed to kill another 3 low-level treants as he shouted out, "Set fire! Set fire and burn that damn tree!" Guxianli and the rest of the enhancers quickly channeled their abilities, and sent as much as flames as they could towards the huge towering tree. Under the burning, the huge mutant tree seemed to be writhing in agony, thrashing about, as countless fruits rained down on the ground. As the fruits landed, more treants jumped out, and immediately launched an assault on the soldiers. They were incredibly ferocious and their combat strength high. As they surrounded the warriors, some of the evolvers began to suffer serious injuries. One particular enhancer managed to kill one of the low-level treants, but immediately, 7 pounced on him. Beside him, there were 2 other experts. One used his blade to kill a treant, while the other swung his hammer to send another flying. However, the rest of the 5 managed to latch onto the unfortunate warrior, and tore into his head with their sharp claws, twisting and slicing his head off. The remaining treants then leapt to the sides, jumping onto the dead warrior's comrades, and did the same to them, sticking their claws into the necks and decapitating the warriors. These low-level treants continued to attack Ao-Do and the rest. There were a few that swarmed towards Yuzhong, together with a few thick vines. Yuzhong looked at these low-level treants and a strong killing intent burst out of him. He whisked out his level 5 black tooth blade, and sent out a few blade beams at the tree vines. With the sharpness of the black tooth blade, the vines and treants were all chopped in 2. Yuzhong! This action immediately shocked Ao-Do, as he turned around to ascertain that the man wielding the black tooth blade was really the greatest enemy of their Manchuria Empire. Ao-Do looked at Yuzhong, a chill creeping in his heart. He had always been following behind us, and we actually did not discover anything. He's too frightening. Ao-Do's danger perception was extremely acute, and he actually did not discover someone following them from behind. This caused some fear to take root. Right now, the low-level treants dropping from the huge mutant plant was growing in numbers, reaching over 1,000. At the same time, there were others converging on their location from all directions. It seemed that it was an impossible battle. Ao-Do was being bogged down by those treants, and had no way of attacking Yuzhong. He immediately changed his way of thinking and his voice rang out, "Leader Yuzhong, why don't we work together to eradicate these evil things? Our enmity can be left to when we leave this place, how about that?" These low-level treants were currently the headache for both sides. If Ao-Do and the rest did not take down the tree, they would all die. Upon weighing the pros and cons, he made the decision to forget about their enmity and focus their strength on taking down the huge mutant tree. Yuzhong also barely paused for a moment and came to a decision. "All right, I'll help you guys out." Yuzhong pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired at the trunk of the huge tree. A terrifying burst of light exploded on the tree trunk, directly piercing it, forming a hole the size of an adult fist. The wound immediately began to ooze with green sap, as though it was injured heavily, just like a person. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his blade to chop the vines away, instantly killing many of the low-level treants. His right hand continued to fire, as many burst shots from the electromagnetic gun continued to fire holes into the tree trunk. As more holes appeared in the tree trunk began to bleed more furiously, trembling uncontrollably. More treants continued to drop from the tree. As the beautiful female tree spirit looked on, its face flashed with anxiety, and it suddenly emitted a loud shriek towards the skies. Hong! Suddenly, from the roof of the tree, 6 huge round fruits about 8 m each dropped down. These fruits split apart, revealing 6 powerful-looking treants, of about 8 m and bark covering everywhere. Level 80 Strange Beast. High-level treant, possessing incredible defense and combat strength, The 6 treants immediately charged forth at Aodo and the rest like tank. Although these 8 m tall treants were huge, their movement was incredibly agile, and they burst forth with 18 times speed of a normal person. They charged right through the troops and immediately began to massacre the soldiers. The various abilities of air, wind, ice and flames all continued to blast at these high-level treants, causing their bark to chip and fly away. However, a single fist of these treants could instantly flatten the soldiers into meat paste. Go to hell! 4 enhancers with large blades immediately charged forth at one of the high-level treants without fear, slashing at its legs. They were all strength-based enhancers, and after activating their ability, they had dozen times strength. With each slash, they could easily slash apart an armored vehicle. The 4 large blades only managed to slice into 1 centimeter of the bark of the treant, and could not penetrate further. The high-level treant coldly slapped down with its hands, and instantly pulverized the 4 enhancers into meat paste. The attacks of these enhancers had no way of breaking past the defense of the treant. As long as they charged forwards to attack, they would almost instantly be slapped dead. The 6 powerful treants managed to breach the formation of Aodo's troops, and many of them were forced to flee in different directions, before being surrounded and ripped apart by the low-level treants. The flame users were the targets of those 6 high-level treants, and the moment they charged through the troops, they made a beeline for the flame users. No! Despair was written all over Guxianli's face, but before she could do anything, a huge palm came down from the sky and flattened her into a meat paste. The rest of the flame users were also quickly killed by these high-level treants. Damn it! Damn it! Damn beasts! By now, Aodo's eyes were bloodshot, and he had charged in front of a high-level treant like an enraged bull, slashing out furiously. His silver curved blade unleashed a few more blade beams onto the thick legs of the treant. The silver blade beam managed to leave a deep 1 m scar on the legs of the treant, but it didn't seem to affect the treant, which shot out a palm to slap towards Aodo. A bright shield suddenly appeared in front of Aodo, defending him. The huge palm slapped onto the bright shield, which trembled a little, before it crumbled and disintegrated under the absolute strength. Aodo then borrowed that moment of reprieve to retreat backwards rapidly. Right at this time, 10 low-level treants pounced towards Aodo. As long as he was subdued by them, the high-level treant could easily flatten him into meat paste. Mad Bull Charge! At this critical moment, Aodo roared out in rage and activated his skill, his entire person seemingly charging towards the distance in fury. 2 low-level treants were instantly sent flying from his charge. However, they managed to tear apart his clothes with their claws, revealing the Type 3 mutant beast hide within his clothes. Aodo charged out for 30 m, before he pulled out his silver curved blade and fired a few more blade beams to escape out. The high-level treant that had been slashed by Aodo quickly grew a new layer of bark over its wounds, and within 20 seconds, it had recovered fully. Chapter 634, Tree Spirit by Lu. Chapter 634, Tree Spirit by Lu. The 6 treants all had monstrous strength, formidable defense, as well as perverse recovery. They were even more fearsome than L4S. The experts of the White Armor Army and Xie troops could only flee and evade. Right now, the entire military base was crawling with those low-level treants, and the warriors of the Allied forces had to deal with the random assaults from them. Every step they took was fraught with danger. They were surrounded on all sides, and would be slapped to minced paste the moment they got caught by the high-level treants. Yuzhong wielded his electromagnetic gun and continued to fire at the tree trunk without stop. Each blast caused more holes, with sap oozing out without stop. Yuzhong's marksmanship was extremely accurate, and he continued to fire up the tree trunk in a single line, causing a huge tear in the mutant plant. If he continued this way, he would definitely be able to cause the tree to be split. Currently, he had activated shadow steps and bone-encompassing armor. The layer of bone carapace covering him would constantly sliced out with 10 sharp bone blades, twisting and slashing the vines and low-level tree ants trying to surround him. Since Yu Zhong and White Bones were linked mentally when he activated bone-encompassing armor, he could also hand the control of the armor to White Bones, allow it to battle automatically. It was truly overpowered. It was precisely due to this skill and utilization of it that allowed him to fully focus on damaging the mutant plant while under the attacks of the tree ants and vines. Outside the camp, there could be loud and rapid gunshots heard. It was obvious that the Allied forces outside were facing off against the tree ant. It seemed that there were a large number of humans being torn apart by the tree ants and vines every second, as both battlefields became even more intense. Feeling the threat of Yu Zhong, 2 of the high-level tree ants came charging towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong felt a chill in his heart when he saw them coming towards him, and he disappeared from his location. He started to weave in and out of the swarm of low-level tree ants, all the while firing at the gigantic mutant plant. He activated his shadow steps, pushing his speed to 30 times that of a normal person, and as the tree ants were only 18 times as fast as a person, while they might be terrifying to most ordinary soldiers, they could not compare with Yu Zhong. Those low-level tree ants that tried to surround him were instantly sliced apart by the bone blades emerging from him. Even if they were fortunate enough to hit Yu Zhong, they could only cause small white scars on the bone carapace. A number of blood-filled corpses were sent flying through the skies, while Yu Zhong weaved in and out of those. Strong. Aodo looked at how easily Yu Zhong was handling himself, and his face fell. Aodo was also a peak-level evolver, but against the multitude of attacks from these low-level tree ants, he had to exert all his might. Even then, he felt at a disadvantage. His body was ridden with wounds and scars, and if it weren't for the protective Type 3 mutant beast covering, he would have been split apart countless times. Kacha! The electromagnetic gun fired out over 100 beams, and finally, the extremely valuable Type 3 nuclei within it shattered after dimming, turning into dust. Yu Zhong swiftly switched out another Type 3 nuclei. Each of these were extremely precious, but under the current circumstances, he could not afford to care. He swiftly resumed his firing and soon expended the second Type 3 nuclei. By now, the huge mutant plant had lost most of its vitality. Many of the vines had crumpled to the ground, and the numerous mutant man-eating flowers had wilted and dropped to the ground. The green-haired tree spirit who was atop the tree had a huge change in expression as she caressed the tree, her eyes full of tears as she seemed to speak to the mutant tree in some strange language. It's time. Yu Zhong looked as the countless vines drooped, his eyes flashing, and he charged towards the trunk. A number of the low-level tree ants roared out and tried to block in front of him, but were quickly sliced apart due to his strength. It was as though the 4 high-level tree ants could detect Yu Zhong's intentions, as they quickly let go off their current targets, and made their way towards him swiftly. Yu Zhong appeared right in front of the tree trunk in the blink of an eye, the bone spike beneath his feet shooting out. It supported his climbing up the trunk, as he made for the green-haired tree spirit. He already had the young mermaid Queen Hylon, and the young zombie girl Yin Shuang. He knew that these strange biological entities of the apocalyptic world were powerful and had high intelligence. If he could control them, he could utilize them well in future battles. The green-haired tree spirit looked at Yu Zhong, a strange rune shooting out from between her brows with bright green radiance, and Yu Zhong raised his right hand to deflect it. So you still have some moves left. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and he activated his gravity manipulation. A twofold gravity suddenly enveloped the tree spirit, her body trembling slightly and the green radiance dimmed. Yuzhong then sent out a fist with a speed that broke the sound barrier, together with his dark douqi, and his might caused the green radiance to be shattered. He then grabbed the woman's neck, and a strange and smooth sensation traveled up his fingertips. Yuzhong eyed the tree spirit, his voice icy cold. "Do you understand my words?" There was a look of fear on her face, her lips did not move, but a mental message appeared in Yuzhong's mind. "Of course I understand. Human, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Yuzhong looked at her, his heart full of joy, but he maintained his mask of indifference and threatened, "I won't kill you. But from today onwards, you must listen to my every command." She immediately replied, "All right." Yuzhong pointed to the countless treants below. "Can you control them?" She replied, "Yes. As long as they're from the mother tree, all treants, tree spirits are under my command. This time, I've gained a treasure." Yuzhong's eyes flashed with excitement. The number of treants below was staggering, reaching over thousands, and were all strange beasts of over level 30. The 6 high-level treants were even more terrifying, and the white armor army and Xie troops could not do anything to them. This was a mighty force, and the moment it came under Yuzhong's control, his military might gained another boost. The green-haired tree spirit eyed Yuzhong and asked, "Do you want me to order them to stop?" Yuzhong looked at the elites of the white armor army and Xie troops struggling, and ordered coldly, "There's no need. Order your subordinates to wipe them out." These white armor and Xie warriors were all irritating enhancers to deal with. If he allowed them to live, in the future, there will be countless warriors that might fall at their hands. Since there was a chance now, Yuzhong would rather eradicate them. The tree spirit eyed Yuzhong with a look of understanding, saying, "Yes." Yuzhong eyed the dying troops below and spoke, "You mentioned the mother tree, is it this mutant plant?" The tree spirit's eyes dimmed as she looked at it, before looking at Yuzhong, tears flowing down her cheek. "Yes. It had already been killed by you." Hearing her cry, Yuzhong felt ashamed. When he had treated it as an enemy initially, he had not held back and was focused on destroying it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had destroyed its life essence, it would not have been easy for him to capture this beautiful tree spirit in front of him. With the death of the mother tree, the vines had withered. That was how Yuzhong could get close to the mother tree and the tree spirit. If it wasn't dead, with the protection of the countless vines, Yuzhong would never have been able to take a step close. Yuzhong was slightly embarrassed and asked, "Can the mother tree recover?" The beautiful tree spirit hesitated before replying, "It can. As long as its core is undamaged, it can grow again. However, it requires a large amount of nourishment in blood to swiftly grow. It also requires flesh and blood to produce those treants." Yuzhong pointed at those 6 high-level treants and asked, "What are the conditions in producing those treants?" The might of the 6 treants was terrifying, and they were like 6 humanoid tanks. If 100 of them could be produced, then against zombies, humans, or any mutant beasts, it would be an overpowered trump card. The beautiful tree spirit said, "The production of those high-level treants is extremely difficult. The mother tree would require to swallow a large amount of blood essence, as well as special materials and infected bodies. It would be even tougher to produce anything larger or more powerful. It would require at least a month's time, as well as enough blood essence, special materials and nuclei. My mother tree had never produced a treant general before, otherwise, you guys wouldn't be able to defeat me. Strong. This time, I truly obtained a treasure." When Yuzhong heard it, he looked at this beautiful tree spirit and smiled. "From now on, you're my subordinate. Do you have a name?" "Nope." Yuzhong chuckled, "Then, you're called Bailu from now on." Bailu nodded slightly, and, "I'm called Bailu." The silver-curved blade in his arms slashed out constantly, and the low-level treants around him were sliced to pieces before even getting close to him. The moment he reached his peak combat ability, the low-level treants could not do anything to him. While the 4 high-level treants were terrifying, their speed could not compare to Ao after utilizing his skills, and could only watch helplessly as Ao continued to flee. Just as he was about to escape successfully, a small Odachi appeared out of nowhere, slashing down at Aodo's body. "Who?" Aodo roared out in anger, pushing the battle blood Do-chi to its maximum, and twisted slightly while still fleeing. The Odachi that had a strange dark light trailing behind it also gently twisted, tearing into the Type 3 mutant beast hide on Aodo's body, and slashed out a large wound in his waist, causing him to bleed. After successfully landing this hit, Tenpyo Saka, who was the assassin in the dark, leaped gracefully, and disappeared into the darkness again. "Fucking die!" Aodo's eyes were bloodshot as he bore the pain and sent out a few blade beams in her direction. Aodo was one of the top experts of the Manchu Empire, and after he gained the Type 3 mutant beast hide, no one could hurt him. However, he actually suffered a blow from Tenpyo Saka. Even if he made it alive with his current injuries, he would not recover properly within a year. This enraged him to no end. Aodo's slashes carried with them terrifying force, empowered by the tyrannical battle blood Do-chi, and they could even slash through Type 3 mutant beast hide. They were not something Tenpyo Saka could possibly withstand. He wanted to kill her instantly with this strike. Suddenly, he felt an intense sensation of danger, and had to twist his body once more, as a bright light flashed and his right hand was blasted into pieces. "Yu Zhong! I'll remember this!" Aodo roared out in pain, and didn't dare to chase after Tenpyo Saka. Instead, turning around to flee, in a few seconds, he disappeared. Yu Zhong saw how Aodo flee without caring for the troop, and could not help but frown at his decisiveness. This fellow is truly ruthless. He could abandon all his subordinates. Outside the army camp, there were still 1,000 soldiers of the Allied forces. Aodo could actually bear to abandon them and flee on his own. It showed his callousness. Bailu asked Yu Zhong, "What do we do with the people outside?" Just like Hai Lan and Yin Shuang, Bailu had no particular attachment to human lives. As long as Yu Zhong gave the order, she would not hesitate to pass the order to eradicate the Allied forces. Yu Zhong pondered for a moment, before hugging Bailu close to him and leaped down the tree. "Follow me." Bailu settled in his embrace without a look of shyness on her. She was incredibly calm. The moment Yu Zhong landed, all the low-level treants parted, forming a path for him. The 6 high-level treants also stood by one side obediently. Yu Zhong carried Bailu out the camp, only to come across the Allied forces being forced back by the low-level treants. Many had been sliced apart by the treants, while many others were desperately fighting back. Yu Zhong eyed the troops and ordered coldly, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm now ordering you to throw down your weapons and surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, you will all die here today." One of the commanders, Cheng Yi-shu, hollered, "Don't listen to his bullshit. Kill him. Everybody attack. As long as we kill him and that bitch, we can leave this godforsaken place." The remaining soldiers began to fire wildly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong conjured up his light shield, blocking all the bullets, his face becoming dark. "Imbeciles! Don't leave a single one alive." Bailu nodded and pointed at the 1,000 soldiers. Immediately, the 6 large treants charged out from the camp, and headed for the 1,000 soldiers. "Monster! There can be such strange monsters! We're doomed!" When the 1,000 Allied forces saw the powerful-looking treants coming at them, their eyes flashed with despair. Cheng Yi-shu's face was pale as he screamed out, "Attack! Shoot down those fuckers! Hit their heads! That must be where the weak points are at! Use the explosive rounds!" Under his orders, bullets began to rain upon the 6 high-level treants, although they only served to bounce off the bark. The explosive rounds managed to blast some of the bark away as well. The 6 high-level treants were like invincible tanks that charged through and slapped everything around them, causing the soldiers to die like flies. The leader Qing Yishu was slapped by one of the treants, and he died instantly, without a chance to defend. The 6 high-level treants soon demolished the defense line of the Allied forces, and the low-level treants joined in the fray and chased after them, tearing their bodies apart. "Ah! Don't kill me! I surrender! Ah!" The soldiers quickly dispersed in all directions. It was just that their speed could not match those little treants, and were quickly devoured. Yuzhong watched the soldiers being slaughtered and could not be bothered to stay on as he told Bai Lu, "Take me to the mother tree's heart." Bai Lu immediately led Yuzhong to the core of the tree. She came to the tree and reached out to touch it. With a bright flash of green light, the bark split open. There were numerous tendrils wrapped around a strange and beautiful jade-like object, which was radiating green light. It was truly an amazing sight. Chapter 636. Underground Lab. Chapter 636. Underground Lab. Bai Lu wrapped her hands gingerly around the green heart core, and her hands emitted a light green radiance. The tendrils around the heart core began to retract, and the heart core fell into her hands. She then brought it in front of Yuzhong with a little reluctance. "This is the heart core. By placing it in the ground, and using a huge amount of biomatter as nourishment, it will quickly grow again. Zombies, humans and mutant beasts are all suitable nutrient." Yuzhong had maintained his caution and did not receive it, instead, looking at it contemplatively. He then asked Bai Lu curiously, "How did you come about?" It had been slightly over a year since the change of the world, and a miraculous being like Bai Lu could only appear after the apocalypse. In such a short time, she actually possessed such a frame. It was truly unbelievable. She did not hide anything as she pointed to the large tree and replied, "I came out from here." He continued to ask, "Do you have any partner then, or others like you?" Bai Lu was a rare intelligent biological life form, and she could control a small army of treants. If it wasn't for her naive heart and pure mind, unlike the crafty and wily humans, it would have been hard for Yuzhong to subdue her. Bai Lu's eyes flashed with a little hesitation. "There should be. Although I haven't seen them, I can faintly sense their presence." When Yuzhong heard this, his heart sank. The fact that even plants could produce such life forms was not good news for humanity. The countless evolved zombies were already a huge threat to the human race. Adding to the emergence of the intelligent Sea Clan, as well as the intellectually advanced zombies, if the mutant plants were to give rise to another intelligent life forms, the Earth was definitely going to be more chaotic and treacherous. Furthermore, the system had already given the notification. The second stage would happen in 2 years' time. Although Yuzhong did not know what it entailed, it was definitely not good news for the human race. He then continued asking, "How long can the treants last? What do they eat?" The 1,000 low-level treants and the 6 high-level treants were a decent-sized force. He did not want to waste them, and sought to look after them. Bai Lu pondered before replying, "The low-level treants just need water and sunlight on normal soil. They can live for about 20 years or so. The same goes for the high-level treants, however, they can live for up to 80 years. The tree spirits like to consume flesh and blood, that way they can continue to evolve. If the high-level treants want to evolve into the tree generals, they would need the help of the mother tree." Yuzhong was elated. In such a short time, he had gained an additional force of over 1,000 powerful entities. "Leader, are these strange things under your control?" Bai Shaoxing had quickly led men to the army barracks, and looked at the treants with a look of shock and bewilderment. The same went for those soldiers who had followed Bai Shaoxing. They could never have imagined for Yu Zhong to actually subdue so many strange and powerful-looking beings. Yu Zhong replied, and, before ordering, "Go search the camp properly." "Yes, leader. Brothers, come with me." Bai Shaoxing saluted Yu Zhong, before leading the soldiers towards the camp. To the soldiers, military equipment was always a source of excitement. An IFV. The Type 92 version. Tanks. Oh my goodness! The 96 and 99. This is a freaking 99. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that a KXZ-10? I've only ever seen one online. Awesome! Very soon, cheers could be heard from within the camp. As the army barracks were filled with various powerful equipment, to Yu Zhong's forces, it was incredibly valuable. After all, there weren't many places of cover out here in the Central Plains. 8 Thunder Fighters could easily kill off a force of 10,000 soldiers solely because they lacked anti-air defense as well as cover. If they could add in 20 tanks to the force, they could easily flatten an enemy with 3,000 riders. While possessing enough military equipment did not mean invincibility, without them it was definitely much tougher and a higher price would have to be paid. The transportation of the military equipment out from the camp soon began, with the Traiants acting as manual labor. Especially the larger Traiants, it was easy for them to lift up a tank each, without spending much energy. Yu Zhong watched the flow of work and felt satisfied. He had enough manpower, and this regiment's worth of equipment would definitely be put to good use. Bai Shaoxing came up to Yu Zhong in excitement. "Leader, we discovered an entrance to an underground area." "Oh, take me there." Yu Zhong followed Bai Shaoxing and his men as they came to an underground lab beneath a building. There was a huge electronic door, with an electronic lock that required a passcode, thumbprint and an iris scan. It was incredibly advanced and secure. Bai Shaoxing ordered a skinny and gangly evolver. "Ah-Tu, you're up." Ah-Tu chuckled and raised his hand to press the door as a bright light flashed, and the electronic door immediately opened up. There were many different abilities, and Ah-Tu's happened to be the manipulation of electromagnetic force, allowing him to control such doors. The moment the door was opened, a huge tunnel was revealed. "Wait a moment! Split up!" Yu Zhong barked, stopping Bai Shaoxing who was about to rush in. He then threw a wooden bench in. Dang! Immediately, countless panels slide open in the tunnel, revealing automatic machine guns that began to fire wildly. A dense rain of bullets buffeted the area, leaving behind countless marks on the walls. After firing for about 10 seconds, the guns immediately retracted back into their panels, leaving behind smoke and empty bullet shells. Bai Shaoxing looked at the wall, his back full of cold sweat. "That was close. Lucky for you, leader, otherwise I would most likely be dead. Those bastards truly set in some irritating mechanisms." If Bai Shaoxing had just rushed in by now, he would have been turned into a sieve. While the Type 3 mutant beast hide might be able to block the bullets, the moment his head was hit by one, he would also die. In that narrow tunnel, there was no space to hide. Even if he was fast, it would be useless. Another soldier asked, "What do we do, leader? Do we try and waste their bullets?" There was definitely a limit to the ammunition. Once they are spent, the automatic rifles would become useless. Yu Zhong ordered, "No need. White Bones, go destroy the mechanism." White Bones' eyes flashed and it charged right through the tunnel. The automatic rifles appeared once more, trained on White Bones as they began firing. White Bones continued to charge ahead, not fearing the bullets in the slightest, destroying every single gun. "Let's go." After the gunshots came to a stop, Yu Zhong walked through the tunnel. The rest of the soldiers also followed him. Along the way, they saw the various traps and automatic rifles in various states of damage, Every single mechanism had been easily destroyed by white bones. Although it was dark in the tunnel, it was not entirely claustrophobic. A line of lights hung overhead, lighting up the tunnel. Bai Shaoxing and his men might be evolvers, but not all of them had the ability to see in the dark. Only Tenpyo Saka and Yu Zhong had the ability. Yu Zhong continued forwards, until he came to a huge underground city that spread out wide and far in front of him. There were bars, shops, supermarkets and lodgings. Halt! Who are you people? 4 soldiers suddenly rushed up, their guns pointed at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at them and spoke warmly, I'm Yu Zhong. I do not have any malicious intent. May I ask, what is this place? The 4 soldiers were incredibly cautious and barked loudly, Put down your weapons! Hug your heads and get down, otherwise we're going to fire. After all, Yu Zhong and his men all had assault rifles, with the system equipment covering them. They looked incredibly valiant and powerful, and thus, it was natural for the 4 men to be wary. Yu Zhong frowned, and he looked out, only to see a number of sallow and emaciated survivors looking numbly over here. Some of them even had strange glints of greed in their eyes. He then turned back to the soldiers and barked coldly, Take them down! 4 evolvers shot out from behind Yu Zhong like specters and immediately grabbed hold of them. With a twist, they were forced to kneel in front of him. One of them had a savage look as he roared, You dare touch us? Are you sick of living? Tie them up. Yu Zhong pointed towards the 20 survivors in tattered clothes. Chapter 637 Underground City. Chapter 637 Underground City. The evolvers behind Yu Zhong immediately charged forth towards the survivors. The survivors were all taken aback and quickly dispersed, intending to flee. However, these were all weak and emaciated people, and could not possibly outrun the strong and vigorous experts. They were easily captured, and were soon brought in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed the anxious survivors and took out a piece of dried biscuit, saying, I would like to know what this place is. Whoever can tell me, this piece of biscuit is his. Food was the strongest currency in this apocalypse, even more effective than gold from before the change. The 20 survivors looked at the dried biscuit, their eyes flashing with greed. However, they seemed to be hesitant, as though unwilling to say anything. One of the survivors finally could not take it anymore and shouted, I'll speak! I'll speak! This is the number XXX Biological Research Lab, from before the apocalypse. We specialize in researching biological weapons. After the world changed, this place has become the personal kingdom of the head researcher, Zhao Kuang. The majority of the personnel here are basically researchers and government officials. These are the dogs of Zhao Kuang. Yu Zhong chuckled and threw the biscuit to the survivor. This is yours. The survivor received it and quickly offered his thanks. Thank you. Thank you. One of the soldiers held down by Shaoxing suddenly screamed out, Attack! Attack! The soldier had the sound amplification ability, and his voice traveled throughout the city. Count yourself lucky! Bai Shaoxing was furious, and glanced at Yu Zhong, only to see him shake his head. He then sent a punch behind the head of the soldiers, causing them to faint. Hearing the alarms, a large number of soldiers began to hurry over, their weapons ready. Bai Shaoxing also quickly deployed his subordinates to get in position, taking cover as they eyed the opposite side. All of a sudden, a display lit up on one of the buildings, as an old man who was in clean, white clothes, looking about 50 and slightly less than desirable looks appeared. How do you do? I'm the lord of this underground city, Zhao Kuang. I'm pleased to meet you. Welcome to my kingdom. I hope to speak to your leader. Yu Zhong walked out from his cover and spoke without any arrogance nor subservience. How do you do? I'm Yu Zhong. Zhao Kuang eyed him and sighed, his face full of sincerity. Yu Zhong, is it? You truly are a hero of your generation, to be able to lead men past the monstrosities above. Due to the presence of the man-eating things up there, our people had never been able to leave here. Since you're here today, it must mean that we have the chance to leave. This favor, we will never forget it. Zhao Kuang then invited, I would like to invite you to my castle to have a chat, is that all right? I will give you a proper welcome. Yu Zhong pondered, and his eyes glinted, sure. Zhao Kuang had an amiable smile. Ma Jing, bring Yu Zhong and his men to my castle. A burly soldier with coarse facial hair came up to Yu Zhong and said, Please come with me. The rest of the soldiers also lowered their weapons, not showing any aggression anymore. Lead the way. Yu Zhong immediately followed Ma Jing without fear, walking towards a huge research center. Yu Zhong came to a stop in front of the entrance, and he gave a command to Bai Shaoxing, get some men to stand guard. They did not know what was lying in wait for them in the research center, and although Yu Zhong was strong, he was always guarded, and did not want to give Zhao Kuang an opportunity to strike at him. Bai Shaoxing nodded slightly and brought 30 evolvers to stand guard at the entrance. Okay. Leader, take care. Ma Jing had no expression as he looked at Bai Shaoxing and the rest. Instead, he continued to lead Yu Zhong into the building. The moment they entered the building, music began to play as they came to a large hall. Large chandeliers were twinkling, while 30 young men and women were dancing in a pool. On a long table, there were many desserts and drinks, with food and vegetables displayed out. With resources and food becoming scarce, such a lavish display was enough to drive many survivors crazy. How do you do? Leader Yu Zhong, I'm Lu Cheng. The moment Yu Zhong stepped in, a middle-aged man in a suit and flat top came up, greeting Yu Zhong with a smile. Lu Cheng clapped his hands twice, and 12 extremely beautiful women came up from the pool. He then revealed a strange smile. Leader Yu Zhong, feel free to take your pick. If you like, you can even get all 12 to wait on you. They're the best amongst our beauties, and their nicknames are 12 gold hairpins. The 12 beauties looked towards Yu Zhong seductively, each revealing their attractiveness and charm. If they could gain his favor, even if it was on orders of Zhao Kuang, there would definitely be benefits. If they could not, they would definitely be forced to starve for 2 or 3 days. They didn't want that to happen. Yu Zhong swept them a look, before his gaze turned frosty. Where's Zhao Kuang? Is this how he comes to talk to me? The 12 beauties were just average in Yu Zhong's eyes. He had killed women even more beautiful than these in front of him, and would naturally not fall for their obvious charms and tricks. Lu Cheng smiled. Leader Yu Zhong, our Emperor Zhao Kuang has given me the authority to talk with you beforehand. You may let me know what is on your mind, it's the same as talking with him. He then chuckled. Our Emperor Zhao Kuang is extremely grateful to you for taking care of those mutant plants above, allowing us to leave here. We're willing to present 30 beauties to you, and hope that we can become allies, taking over the world together. Yu Zhong chuckled coldly. Rule the world together? What a tone! I have over 3,000 elite troops, with a regiment's worth of equipment. What are your qualifications to talk about an alliance with me? An alliance would only occur between 2 factions with similar strength. If a faction could wipe out the other, who would form an alliance? With Yu Zhong's current strength, it was natural that he would not hold these cowards in regard. Lu Qing summoned 2 soldiers. Fine. Let us show you our strength. Zhang Yun, Wang Fan, come and exhibit your strength for Leader Yu Zhong to see. Kong! A numb-looking Zhang Yun came up, and with a loud roar, his leg muscles became taut, and his veins bulged out. In a while, his legs doubled in size, and his veins on his face also became prominent. His entire demeanor became incredibly savage, as there was a single horn growing out of his head. After Zhang Yun's legs became twice their size, he took a great leap, immediately jumping over a dozen meters, his speed terrifying. Yu Zhong watched his speed, his eyes flashing with shock. 11 times speed. Fast. While it might not be much to Yu Zhong, it was a speed that already exceeded an S2, and most ordinary enhancers of level 30 might not even reach such a speed. The people of this underground city were obviously trapped here, and there were not much opportunities for them to enhance, and yet, they had produced a number of enhancers. It was obvious there was something else at play. Kong. Wang Fan came forward, his expression wooden. His entire body became ripped, and the clothes he wore were torn apart. Soon, he became a burly and terrifying warrior covered with black fur all over. Wang Fan slammed his fists down on the ground, and a crater was formed, with cracks and debris all over. It revealed the power behind his fists. Lu Qing smiled smugly. We have over 300 of such super soldiers. How is it? Are we qualified to form an alliance? With the abilities of Zhang Yun and Wang Fan, over 300 of them were enough to wipe out a 3,000-strong force without any firepower. It was truly a strong force. It was precisely because of this strength that Zhao Kuang was so confident that Yu Zhong would form an alliance with him. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened up. I want the research materials on how to produce such super soldiers. As long as you provide it, I will consider an alliance with you. No way. Lu Cheng's face fell, and he laughed bitterly. Leader Yu Zhong, this is highly classified information, it definitely cannot happen. When we come to rule the world, we can share some of the information with you. Yu Zhong pondered and replied, let me consider it then. Lu Qing laughed and said, great, please consider it. Yu Zhong stood up quietly and turned to walk out. Just as he left the hall, he saw 2 soldiers outside chasing a young girl of about 15 or 16 with long black hair, fair skin, and bright, beautiful eyes. Save me! Save me! Save me! The girl looked to Yu Zhong and screamed out in fear. Chapter 638, Freak. Chapter 638, Freak. Yu Zhong glanced at the girl, and his eyes shined with a glint. Bring that woman over here. Bai Shaoxing chuckled, and shot forwards, sending 2 fists towards the soldiers chasing behind, causing them to fly backward. The extremely pretty girl ran to Yu Zhong and hugged his legs, pleading profusely, Save me? Save me, please. I'm willing to do anything for you. Save me, please save me. Yu Zhong glanced at this girl, whose face was full of fear, and smiled. Interesting. I want this woman. Lu Qing, who was still standing by the side, immediately cut in with a sullen expression. Leader Yu Zhong, this woman is a criminal of our underground city, and had committed a grave sin. She has to die. We're willing to hand you 20 beautiful virgins, so please return her to us. If you insist on having her, it'll only drive a wedge between us. The beautiful woman looked at Lu Qing, and her face turned extremely pale, as she hurried to hug Yu Zhong's leg tighter, her body trembling. Please, please, I don't want to die. I want this woman. Cram. Yu Zhong felt something was off, and his brows arched, while he released his powerful killing intent. Immediately, the elite soldiers beside him whisked out their weapons and aimed it at Lu Qing. Lu Qing's face turned ugly, as he retreated slightly while trying to coax Yu Zhong. Leader Yu Zhong, we're willing to give all the information on the production of the super soldiers to you. As long as you give us that woman. How about that? Yu Zhong was instantly rocked in his heart as he contemplated seriously. If he could gain the information on the super soldiers, then even ordinary humans had the chance to be enhanced without vying for resources with regards to zombies or mutant beasts. He could even make use of the research to enhance himself further. Compared to the information, this one girl wasn't worth as much. The young girl immediately shrieked out in panic, Don't trust him. They're all freaks. They aren't human. They're all monsters. They are being controlled by some monster. Quick, escape. Bring me with you. Please. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Please take me out of here. I'll be willing to do anything. Quick, let's flee. When Yu Zhong heard those words, he felt a chill overcome his heart, as a sense of foreboding arose. After the world had changed, there were all sorts of organisms all around. If there were even the existence of freaks that could control humans, that would be even more terrifying. Yu Zhong turned to fix his gaze on Lu Cheng, his eyes suspicious. Lu Cheng's face turned worse as he chuckled bitterly. Leader Yu Zhong, don't listen to her. I'm a human. How could I be a monster? She's insane. She's definitely insane. Are you going to trust someone with an unsound mind? Yu Zhong patted the girl's head, and pointed at the two soldiers that were chasing her and ordered coldly, Everyone is to prepare for battle. White Bones, go kill that person. White Bones immediately shot forwards, with its bone blades slashing down, cutting the soldier in half. Instantly, his brain was split into two, as white brain matter flowed out. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at the two halves of the brain, only to discover a strange worm that was about the size of a palm, with layers of white skin and tentacles. It had been sliced in half, but it was still thrashing about in the juices. It looked utterly terrifying. Yu Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air. His worst fears had come true. Such a strange worm could actually live in a person's brain. It was obvious that the person was long since under control. Bai Shaoxing also felt a chill when he saw that worm struggling. Although they were elite soldiers that had gone through hundreds of battles, with nothing to fear even against zombies, such a scene was still mortifying to them. Yu Zhong immediately ordered while still feeling chills down his spine, "Kill them all!" These people who had worms in their brains were no longer human. Yu Zhong did not want to leave such existences alive. There was a flash from Bai Shaoxing's hands, and a blade shot towards Lu Cheng like a shooting star. The ordinary-looking Lu Cheng, who seemed scholarly and weak, suddenly became enraged, with his eyes turning bloodshot, and his body expanding to twice its size. His clothes were torn, and veins bulged everywhere. His skin became a bright red, and he emitted a terrifying violent aura. Facing that incoming blade, Lu Cheng just raised his massive right arm to block in front of him. The blade could not penetrate through the right arm, it just pierced the skin about 2 centimeters deep, and it got stuck. However, even then, there was not a drop of blood that was spilled. Bai Shaoxing's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately activated his ability, pushing his speed to the limit, and transformed into a specter as he slashed out at Lu Cheng. Instantly, there were 6 new wounds on Lu Cheng's body. Lu Cheng unleashed an inhuman roar towards the skies. With that loud howl, it seemed that every single male and female inside the large hall began to shine with a bright red glow, and their bodies all started to transform. Some grew feelers like cockroaches, while others had front limbs like that of a praying mantis. There were some who had powerful hind legs like kangaroos, and others had feelers like ants. They all had the same characteristics though, which were the bright red eyes, and their bodies seemed to expand with powerful veins bulging out. They charged forwards, rushing towards Yu Zhong and his party. The girl screamed when she saw them, "Careful! Don't get caught by them. Otherwise, they will implant you with a worm as well, and you'll become just like them." Yu Zhong pulled out his black tooth blade, and with a single slash, 3 of the transformed people instantly became sliced corpses. From the heads of those killed by Yu Zhong, 3 fat and strange worms appeared, which quickly slithered towards Yu Zhong. Their speed was 7 times as fast as a person, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to escape from them. Yu Zhong saw them and his blade danced again, chopping them up. One soldier slashed at one of the transformed women, who suddenly opened her mouth wide, and a fat worm flew out, landing on the face of the soldier. The fat and white worm swiftly wriggled its body and squirmed through the soldier's nose. When the soldier saw this horrifying scene, he immediately screamed out in terror, "Ah! Save me! Save me! One other soldier heard his cry and kicked the transformed woman he was entangled with. He rushed forward anxiously and asked, Ah Ming, what's wrong? The soldier Ah Ming suddenly stopped thrashing, his face turned into an evil mask, and with a sudden bloating of his arm, the Tang replica sword swung towards his concerned friend. Caught unprepared and with his guard down, the anxious soldier's head was lopped off cleanly by his old comrade. After Ah Ming slaughtered his friend, his eyes also turned red, and his body started to expand with his veins bulging. With an angry roar, he suddenly burst forth with a speed that was way beyond his original 8 times agility, slashing at his other comrades. The comrade hurried to defend himself while roaring in shock, Ah Ming, have you gone mad? Dang! As the blades clashed with each other, the defending soldier was kicked violently by the mind-controlled Ah Ming, and he slammed into a wall. He spat out a large amount of blood, his internal organs exploding from the impact, and he died instantly. Ah Ming already possessed 15 times strength of a normal person. After the transformation, he could unleash 27 times strength. This was a level that could only be reached by a high-level strength-based evolver with powerful equipment. After being controlled, Ah Ming's entire stature became terrifying, and he became much stronger. Lei Ming had been controlled. By Shaoxing, go take everyone and get out of here. Take care not to let any of those freaks near you, I'll cover you guys. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and he barked out. There were multiple transformed humans that poured out from every part of the underground city, each of them charging over with bloodshot eyes. Yu Zhong had brought along elite soldiers, and it would not be an issue to slaughter all these transformed people. However, he did not know exactly how many such freaks there were, and he was focused only on getting out, otherwise all his elite soldiers would perish. Go! Bai Shaoxing did not bother with any unnecessary pleasantries, and threw Lu Qing aside, as he led the rest of the evolvers to kill their way out. One of them had the ability to manipulate winds, and his pupils narrowed, as a terrifying hurricane appeared, blowing the transformed humans out of Bai Shaoxing's path. Those who weren't blown away were instantly pounced upon by the rest, and they utilized all their abilities to kill those freaks instantly. Chapter 639. Terrifying Parasites. Chapter 639. Terrifying Parasites. Those normal humans who were infected by the parasites were not exceptionally strong, and could not compare to the elites under Yu Zhong. However, amongst them, Lei Ming and Lu Qing were powerful to begin with. After the infection and mind control, they burst forth with exponential strength. Lu Qing's eyes were red like a beast, as he charged at Yu Zhong with 17 times speed. Yu Zhong frowned and his black-toothed blade slashed out at Lu Qing like a venomous dragon, and Lu Qing was instantly sliced into 6 or 7 parts, and his head split open as well. The moment Lu Qing's head was split open, a white worm sprang out like lightning at Yu Zhong. Humph! Go to hell, freak! Yu Zhong's countenance was cold, as he dealt with the white parasite easily. 20 parasite-controlled humans then lunged for Yu Zhong. In response, Yu Zhong twirled his black-toothed blade around and sliced up the 20 humans easily. However, as a result, 10 of the parasites shot out of their hosts and made for Yu Zhong. Fortunately, Yu Zhong's reaction and speed was at a high enough level to deal with them and turn them into sliced-up parts within a breath as well. Lei Ming's terrifying figure shot out from behind the group of controlled humans and sent a fist that caused a sonic boom right at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed as he activated his shadow steps and pushed his speed to a new high. He twisted and dodged that blow, while the black-toothed blade slashed out at Lei Ming. Dang! Following the sounds of metal clashing, Lei Ming's body was sliced by Yu Zhong, although it was not all the way through. However, to his shock, the muscles just trembled, and the wound that was caused by Yu Zhong swiftly regenerated in front of his eyes, leaving no remnants of the previous injury. A chill flashed in Yu Zhong's eyes. What a tough body. These parasite-controlled bodies are truly able to push themselves to the limit. The stronger the body when taken over, the stronger the potential. Lei Ming had no reservations as he continued to send powerful fists after fists at Yu Zhong. A few of the other transformed humans soon came over, 6 of them with spider-like eyes opened their mouths, as they fired long spider silks at Yu Zhong. 3 others who had their legs transformed into powerful kangaroo thighs arched their bodies, and burst out towards Yu Zhong with a 19 times speed. 2 others sprouted tiger claws and pounced at Yu Zhong. The rest all launched their own attacks with their own innate abilities. You can all burn! Facing such a large-scale assault, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed violently, and he waved his right hand, as the terrifying devil flame tornado raged and swept towards the incoming opponents. The transformed humans began to scream and wail the moment they came in contact with the devil flame, and it lasted all the way until they were burnt to ashes. Lei Ming's eyes were blood-red, his body was bulging with veins, and he was covered with a layer of green aura that blocked the burning of the devil flame. However, he was still struggling in pain. Lei Ming suddenly turned to face Yu Zhong as he pleaded loudly, "Leader, it's me, Lei Ming. On account of how I've done so much for you, don't kill me. Please." Yu Zhong stared fixedly at him, before speaking slowly, "You are not Lei Ming. Freak, you've killed my subordinate and now, you want to make use of my subordinate to lie to me. I will kill every single one of you and leave nothing alive." Lei Ming roared out in anger, "Yu Zhong, you heartless bastard! I've done so much for you, and now you want to kill me. I will tell of your evil deeds to the others, and reveal your true nature. One fine day, you will be left all alone and die alone." Burn! Yu Zhong's eyes gleamed coldly, and he pushed his spirit, increasing the intensity of the devil flame around Lei Ming's body. The green aura collapsed, and soon, the fleshly body was burnt into cinders by the devil flame. Yu Zhong eyed the entrance of the lab once more, before turning to leave. He knew there were definitely plenty of valuable research data and equipment within. If he were to set fire and burn it all, it would be a huge loss. Right now, within this underground city, it was a scene right out of hell, with huge numbers of transformed humans pouring out. The survivors within saw this terrifying scene and began to flee. One spider-like transformed human spat out long spider webs around a few emaciated survivors and dragged them to a dark corner. Another with tiger claws immediately grabbed onto an ordinary survivor, and with all its strength, it ripped his head from his body. "Ah! Help! No!" As for the rest of the survivors, they were either killed on the spot or dragged off by the rest of the transformed humans. Over 100 transformed humans were converging on Yu Zhong's soldiers from all directions. Yu Zhong had brought elite soldiers with him, and they were currently firing at the transformed humans. With each headshot, the white worms would shoot out and be fired upon. However, while they might be strong and possess capabilities beyond normal humans, their numbers were still at a disadvantage, and they were being slowly surrounded by the transformed humans. Many of the white worms that were shot out from the heads of the transformed humans quickly fled towards the dark alleys, before burrowing into the captured survivors, and launching another wave of attacks through their new host. There were constant streams of transformed humans from all corners. Bai Shaoxing was like a hurricane, the dark magic blade in his hands slashing out with multiple blade beams, killing many of the transformed humans, together with the parasitic worms in them. However, since there was a constant stream of them, he could not pause to take a breath, and his stamina depleted quickly. Many of the other elite soldiers were also forced to utilize their skills constantly and were harassed by those transformed humans. Their stamina and spirit were also dwindling like crazy. If it weren't for their experience and their willpower, they would have long since been overwhelmed. Flee! As they were struggling, a powerful flaming tornado descended and burned the transformed humans, enveloping the whole area. With a bright flash, they all turned to ash. When the flames disappeared, the tunnel leading to the exit was clear. Bai Shaoxing and his men quickly rushed for the exit. Yu Zhong hugged the girl close to him while waving his black-toothed blade about, slashing more of the transformed humans as he followed the tunnel out, covering the back. When everyone managed to return to the surface, they gasped for breath, their faces flashing with a tinge of fear. Those fat white parasitic worms were too dangerous. Their speed of infection was too fast and their numbers were insane. Not only were they tough to kill, if one was not careful, they would be infected as well. This time, he had paid the painful price of losing 5 of his men to this underground hell. If he had brought ordinary soldiers, at best, 1,000 might be lost to those freaks below. He let the girl down from his embrace and asked her solemnly, "What's your name?" The pretty girl was slightly lost as she replied, "I'm Han Sha Sha. I'm the daughter of one of the research scientists here, Dr. Han Min Bo." His face was dark as he continued, "I want to know what the fuck went on down there. What are those things?" Those fat white worms possess the ability to possess a person's body, and even with his eye of perception, there was no notification about them, which caused him to feel extremely worried and a strong sense of foreboding. "All right. Before the world changed, I had always come here to play. When the apocalypse happened, many of the uncles here turned to zombies. A lot were bitten to death. The soldiers up here then managed to retreat below. They brought men to eradicate the zombies, and everyone decided to stay put. In the mess, many of the officials below died, leaving behind Zhao Kuang as the highest-ranking person. He swiftly reorganized the power structure below, and at the beginning there was nothing wrong, but after half a year, he began to change, becoming extremely explosive and violent. He would treat the survivors as his slaves, and many of the soldiers became wooden and numb, and listened only to him. From then on, many people began to disappear from. Whenever they reappeared, they had become strange. A few of my friends and I had sneaked into the lab to take a look and discovered a huge secret. Zhao Kuang was no longer human. Instead, he became a huge worm, and was injecting small white parasites into other living bodies. After discovering this secret, we all hid. However, today they discovered us. When Han Sha Sha thought back to the scene of the mutated Zhao Kuang injecting parasites into live human beings, she felt nauseated and her body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Zhong asked solemnly, "How many survivors were there previously?" She thought for a while, before giving her conjecture. According to the size when it was built, it could accommodate 50,000 people. Before the world changed, there were already 10,000 people living there. After that, with the deaths and the increasing casualty toll due to hunger and other murders and suicide, the total population went down. I think there should still be a 1,500 or so below. Of those, 800 of them should be parasite-controlled. Chapter 640. Raiding the Underground City. Chapter 640. Raiding the Underground City. When Yu Zhong heard that, his heart sank. Over 800 people controlled by parasites. Every single one of those freaks possessed a dangerous strength, and it was hard to deal with them. To eradicate them entirely, it was truly going to be an uphill task. Yu Zhong continued to ask, "Where did you see Zhao Kuang?" Han Sha Sha's eyes flashed with a dark look. In the animal testing lab. It's rumored that there was the place where biological weapons were produced and tested. Zhao Kuang had holed himself up there since the apocalypse. We also saw him there. However, other than me, the rest of my friends had already died, or were brought to be infected. "Open up! Please open up! Open up! Let us out!" There were the sounds of rapid banging from the entrance of the tunnel, while the panicked sounds of the survivors traveled from behind. They were banging the door while screaming and shouting to be let out. Bai Shaoxing looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "What do we do, leader?" Inside the tight space, if the whole crowd of them were to squeeze through, they would jam the tunnel. The moment they filled up the tunnel, those parasitic worms would definitely be able to spread through them. At close range, only Bai Shaoxing, who was a peak-level agility-based evolver, could possibly deal with those parasites. The rest of the evolvers would likely be infected. Yu Zhong pondered a while before ordering, other than Bai Shaoxing, Tenpyo Saka, Qing Mu and Xian He, the rest are to evacuate. Zhang Xing, Niu Jin, Wang Li, Zhu He, the four of you will watch over this girl. If she goes through any strange changes, immediately kill her. Take note of your safety. If any of your comrades are infected, immediately kill them. The moment they are controlled, they're no longer our comrades. Han Sha could not help but squeal. Why are you guarding me? I'm not infected. I'm really sure I'm not infected. Yu Zhong stared at Han Sha and barked, "Shut up. If you're okay after tests and checks, I will call it off. The main problem with these parasites is that they can live in the human brain. If I'm not wrong, they can control all thoughts and access the memories of its host. Whether or not you're infected remains to be seen." Han Sha's body trembled slightly when she was stared at by Yu Zhong and did not dare say anything. Yu Zhong ordered, "All of you, keep guard here. Don't let anyone out." Bai Shaoxing nodded and replied, "Yes." Yu Zhong came to Bai Lu and said, "Get your low-level trance and come with me." Bai Lu nodded and a spirit wave spread out. Soon after, many trance quickly gathered. In the underground basement, the trance were all squeezed inside. Yu Zhong then barked solemnly, "Open the door." The moment the door opened, a huge number of survivors swarmed out, intending to rush out. "Save me! Let me out! Quick, scram!" The survivors fought to get out, some stepping over one another, trying their best to flee. Yu Zhong watched them and ordered coldly, "Kill them all! Destroy their heads!" Bai Lu nodded and sent out a spirit wave, and the low-level trance immediately pounced on the survivors. The survivors that managed to get out were instantly decapitated by two low-level trance, and a swipe of their sharp claws, the brain was slashed open, revealing white brain juice. The fat and white parasitic worm swimming within the brain immediately leaped for the low-level treant. The treant opened its mouth and shot out some tendrils. The tendrils wrapped around the fat worm and sucked it into its mouth, as it bit down and swallowed it. In a flash, more survivors were killed, and their heads were all inhabited by the fat white worms. As expected, Yu Zhong watched them die as the worms flew out, only to be consumed by the trance, his eyes flashing. When Yu Zhong and his forces had fled the underground city, the survivors had been following right behind, at a steady pace as well. This was not normal. After all, Yu Zhong and the rest were all power evolvers, their speed far surpassed ordinary humans. The fact that these survivors had caught up so fast meant only one possibility, that they were all controlled by the parasites already. After dozens of the survivors were killed, the rest of the survivors began to transform. Their eyes turned bloodshot, their veins bulging, and they began to howl out like beasts. Soon after that, they clashed with the treant. The moment those controlled humans transformed, they had the strength to contend with the treants, and a few unfortunate treants would be squashed by them. At the same time, some of the transformed humans were also being slashed and torn apart by the treants, the parasites in their brains being consumed by the treant. The two groups of monsters continued their slaughter against each other in that narrow tunnel, the corpses piling up and blocking the tunnel further. This can't go on further. Yu Zhong watched the intense clash and frowned. The treants were after all also part of his military force, and he didn't want to waste them here. Yu Zhong's hand flipped, and his electromagnetic gun appeared. He aimed it at the tunnel and fired once. The single shot from the gun immediately blasted the controlled humans, jamming the tunnel into pieces. Yuzhong swiftly fired out another 10 shots, and the terrifying bullets almost blasted all the survivors apart. The treants quickly swarmed in, and surrounded the injured controlled humans or transformed humans and tore their brains to pieces. The battle continued for an exhausting 3 hours, and after the intense fight, Yuzhong led the army of treants further into the underground city. At this time, in the underground city, it was a desolate scene. The streets were covered in blood, and there were no signs of any living things. Yuzhong surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. By Xiao Xing, take some men and guard this area. Other than us, do not let anyone out under any circumstances. The existence of those parasites was too horrifying. Yuzhong did not know if they could survive out on their own or even replicate themselves. If they did, all it would take is for one controlled human to flee from this place, and the species could propagate above ground, enslaving other humans. The parasites were only discoverable through proper tools. Other than that, the only way was to tear apart the person's head to confirm if there were any parasites inside. If such a problematic existence was to escape into the mass of humanity, it would be truly cripple the human race. Bai Shaoxing nodded seriously. Yes. Yuzhong then gave an order to Bai Lu, eradicate all other life forms other than us. Destroy their heads and make sure to kill the parasites in their brains. Bai Lu nodded and sent out a thought, enveloping the treants. The treants all responded by letting out a bloodthirsty call, and they scattered to the different parts of the city to search for their prey. Yuzhong then told Bai Lu, "Stay here. Await further orders and news." Bai Lu was, after all, an organism that Yuzhong had threatened, and that was why she submitted. Yuzhong was likewise cautious of her, and not as trusting as Yin Shuang. Yin Shuang had treated Yuzhong as her most precious person the moment she was born. As long as he gave an order, she would go all out to complete his wishes. Bai Lu nodded and went over to Bai Shaoxing's side. Yuzhong then flashed and disappeared from his position, running towards the biological research lab within the center of the city. Along the way, he saw many traces of blood, but there was not a single body or corpse to be seen. There were no signs of any humans, and it was eerily quiet and desolate all around. Initially, when he had just arrived here, he had seen some numb survivors lying on the ground. However, there was not a single one to be seen. Furthermore, the entire underground city was plunged in darkness. When compared to earlier, there was decent lighting. Without light, the entire underground city felt like a dead one. In the dark, only the treants, zombies, could rely on their other senses to navigate. For humans, it was basically impossible to see beyond 3M. If it had been any other evolver, they might have been so fearful and fled already. After all, not many strong evolvers were equipped to fight in the dark. However, to Yuzhong, the dark was his friend, and in the dark, his senses were heightened. He came to the research lab and kicked the door down violently, smashing it to many pieces. The moment the door was kicked open, 6 pairs of red eyes shone in the dark, their bodies suddenly pouncing forward for Yuzhong. They had cockroach feelers on their heads and had smelly saliva dripping from their mouth. Yuzhong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and slashed out towards the 6 transformed humans, tearing their bodies into pieces. The moment their brains were ripped open, the 6 worms revealed themselves and were killed instantly. Chapter 641 Research Lab. Chapter 641 Research Lab. Kuang Lang. Following the sounds of glass shattering, a number of transformed humans with red eyes appeared, howling out as they charged towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong frowned, and his black-toothed blade slashed out with multiple blade beams, turning the transformed humans into minced meat. Soon, the bunch of transformed humans that had gathered at the entrance was killed easily by Yuzhong. He ensured that their bodies were properly mashed up and the parasites that popped out were not spared. Not a single transformed human could withstand his blows. There were traces of fighting throughout the entire research lab, with different gunshots on the walls, as well as a few walls that seemed to have been blasted with explosives. Yuzhong followed the path all the way to the center of the research lab. At the center of the lab, there were 10 rows of huge glass tubes, each row containing 20 each. There was a total of 200. Of those, 20 of them had been shattered, with glass pieces everywhere. Yuzhong took a careful look and realized that in some of the glass tubes, there were still some traces of white nourishment or liquid nutrients, yet outside there was not a trace to be seen. He took in the details and came to a conclusion: the things inside these tubes must have escaped. This must be where the scientists were conducting biological experiments in the past. He looked at the shattered glass, as well as all the equipment present in this lab, while thinking to himself. Yuzhong did not have much of a reaction towards experimentation. As long as there weren't any innocent human lives affected, even the end result of biological warfare was of no concern to him. He continued walking about in the research lab when his eyes brightened up as he kneeled down on the floor. Sticking out his finger to touch a patch of red liquid on the ground, he realized, this is blood. Human blood. It hasn't dried yet, they must be in this direction. Yuzhong lifted his head and followed the trail of blood towards a large door. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger arose in his heart, and he quickly activated his shadow steps and rolled to one side. A powerful mantis limb came slashing down with a speed breaking the sound barrier towards Yuzhong's left shoulder. The blow managed to strike a corner of his shoulder, leaving a faint scar on the powerful Type 4 mutant sea snake hide that he was wearing. Yuzhong quickly got to his feet and looked towards the direction of the attacker, only to see 2 huge praying mantis of about 2 m each, standing behind the large glass. If they had facial expressions, one might guess they were looking savagely at Yuzhong. Their attacks had come at a terrifying speed, which even Yuzhong could not fully dodge with his overpowered agility. If it had been any other person's, even if they were evolvers and had gone through multiple enhancements, they would likely have been sliced in two. At this moment, there was a bright flash of light, and Zhao Kuang's image appeared on a large screen. He looked at Yuzhong and laughed. What a surprise! Yuzhong, you actually made it here. However, this is the furthest that you'll reach. My 2 babies will tear you apart and you'll become a part of me. Zhao Kuang's eyes lit up. Yuzhong, it truly is a pity. I had truly wanted to cooperate with you. As long as you agree to be controlled by my children, and become a part of my children, I can easily make you a king of the world. You'll be standing atop the rest of the life forms. Amongst my children, only you possess that potential. After you become king, you can get anything you want. Even if you wanted 10,000 beauties to kneel and prostrate in front of you and raise their asses at you, it wouldn't be a problem. How about it? Do you want to consider? Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly as he retorted, "Fuck off, freak. I will tear you apart and set you ablaze." If he truly allowed Zhao Kuang to implant him with the parasites, he was sure he would be controlled entirely. Even if he became the king of the world, it would be as a puppet. After that, Yuzhong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and pounced on one of the blood-red mantis. The bloodshot eyes of the giant blood-red mantis flashed, as it slashed towards Yuzhong with its own claws, which could even damage the Type 4 mutant sea snake hide. As long as it could slash Yuzhong consecutively, it was likely that within 3 moves, it could pierce through entirely. Yuzhong suddenly came to a stop and leaped back, as the claws of the mantis came slashing down, before retracting quickly. Yuzhong opened his hands and activated his devil flame, as a powerful devil flame arrow fired out from his hands, shooting towards the body of the giant blood-red mantis, resulting in a huge bleeding wound, as the mantis began to burn. The moment the blood-red mantis started to burn, its wings began to flap furiously, as it turned into a huge burning ball of flame that slammed around the lab. The other mantis charged toward Yuzhong. Too slow. Yuzhong looked at the blood-red mantis that charged towards him with 16 times speed, and he laughed coldly, opening his palms. A powerful devil flame arrow shot out and blasted the second mantis, causing it to also burn up. The close combat abilities of those two mantises were truly terrifying. The moment they unleashed their claws, they were lightning fast. Even Yuzhong was hard-pressed to dodge. However, their movement speed was different and was no threat to Yuzhong. The two mantises struggled futilely for a long while before they were burnt by the devil flame into cinders. Yuzhong walked carefully towards the huge door. As he got closer, he could see multiple spider silk that weaved together to form a huge web. He swung his crocodile tooth saw blade at the silk, causing a loud grating sound to ring out. However, the sharpness of the crocodile tooth saw blade still managed to saw through the spider's silk. When the spider web broke, it was as though Yuzhong triggered some trap, as multiple strings of silk shot out from all directions at Yuzhong. He frowned and pointed out, as a flaming tornado burst forth and burnt the web, turning them to ash. After he had cleared the spider web, he entered the room gingerly. Two large spiders that seemed to be covered in steel fur were lying in wait for Yuzhong up on the roof, each of them at least 2 m in width. The moment they saw him, they opened their jaws to fire out their silk at him. Two flaming tornadoes appeared as Yuzhong waved his hands, turning all the spider web into ash, and as they billowed, they consumed the two large spiders as well. The two burnt spiders dropped from the ceiling and thrashed about for a while, before finally curling up in death. Having dealt with those spiders, Yuzhong surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the middle of the room was covered entirely in webs, and there were even 2 cocoons made out of spider silks hanging, as 2 trails of blood led to them. Yuzhong thus conjured up another 2 fireballs and sent them towards the cocoons, causing them to burn up. After eradicating all the enemies in the room, Yuzhong proceeded further in. He padded down a long corridor and came to a huge and vast living room. At this moment, in front of him, the entire living room was covered in a strange white secretion, with many red cocoons hanging everywhere. Zhao Kuang had turned into a strange half-man, half-worm being, his lower part being a 20 m long parasite, as fat and white as a worm could possibly be. The worm part was currently submerged in some white liquid, as a number of tubes were connected from the worm part to the numerous red cocoons hanging everywhere. All around Zhao Kuang there was blood, the blood of humans, as well as the inner organs and limbs that were splattered all around. 8 parasite-controlled humans of about 2 meters each continued to mash up the bloody contents around Zhao Kuang and scoop them up on plates for Zhao Kuang to feast on. Zhao Kuang lifted his head, his face full of blood as he laughed and tried to attract Yuzhong. "You've come! Yuzhong! You truly are incredible! You have my admirations! Become my child. As long as you do so, I can grant you unlimited strength, and allow you to become the perfect organism. You've seen for yourself, those who become my children can immediately gain powers. Furthermore, I have the ability to push your evolution all the way to become the king of humans." "This is my answer." Yuzhong laughed coldly and pulled out his electromagnetic gun to fire once at Zhao Kuang. A bright burst of energy shot violently towards Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang's face fell as he let out a sharp scream. Immediately, the 8 parasite-controlled humans grew out body parts that merged together to become a huge turtle shell, protecting him. When the powerful electromagnetic beam slammed into the human turtle shell, it pierced through 6 of the layers, before losing its power. As Zhao Kuang screamed, A bright red thing traveled from his lower worm body into one of the blood-red cocoons. The cocoon was about 3 m large, and it split open, as a huge ape which had bright red eyes, and bone spikes growing out of its arms and legs, stepped out. It was about 2 m tall, with claws of at least 60 centimeters. The huge ape immediately opened its eyes, as a dangerous glint flashed past. As its legs tensed, it disappeared from its spot, and immediately appeared in front of Yu Zhong, viciously clawing at his head. Fast! That monster's speed is fast. Its agility is even higher than the current lightning. Yu Zhong was shocked and raised the crocodile tooth saw blade to deflect that attack. With a loud dang, a dangerous strength traveled from the claw up through the blade, causing Yu Zhong's entire right arm to tremble and become numb. Chapter 642. Wiping out the parasites. Chapter 642. Wiping out the parasites. Zhao Kuang's mouth remained open as it screamed out continuously, while a huge amount of blood-red liquid was secreted out of its body, entering the different cocoons hanging around. They began to tremble, as though something was about to break out. This can't go on. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he waved his hands to conjure a devil flame tornado, sending it towards the cocoons. There were over 100 cocoons amongst the white liquid. If they were to fully emerge, they would become a terrifying parasite army. Yu Zhong's devil flame landed on those cocoons, and flames began to rage on, causing the cocoons to sizzle and crackle. As the devil flame burnt, the cocoons began to split open, revealing strange biological life forms. Some of them had humans inside but with 2 heads. There was one had a tiger head and jaguar claws, while another had a human with a huge turtle shell on his back. The life forms contained within those cocoons were truly strange. It was evident that they had been forced to mutate based on the research conducted before the apocalypse. Yu Zhong exerted all his strength to spread the devil flames throughout the entire room. The huge ape was covered in a blood-red radiance, blocking the burning of the devil flames. Even Zhao Kuang, as the queen worm, had a layer of red preventing itself from being burned. The huge ape then sent powerful fists at Yu Zhong constantly, whistling through the air. Yu Zhong had to use his crocodile tooth saw blade to parry the attacks, and with every block, his hands turned number from the impact. The blows from the huge ape forced Yu Zhong to focus hard, thus the devil flames disappeared from the room, leaving only behind a huge number of burnt cocoons and the heavily injured Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang stared hatefully at Yu Zhong, its fat bottom suddenly splitting open, and a huge number of white parasites crawled out, pouncing towards Yu Zhong. At the same time, one of the cocoons suddenly broke open, as a large claw covered in green scales tore through, as though a terrifying monster was about to be born. I must end the battle soon. Yu Zhong felt the change in the surroundings, and his eyes turned resolute, activating his gravity manipulation. A powerful gravitational force enveloped the huge ape, causing its body to sink. However, to the large ape, the 2 times gravitational force couldn't affect it much. It roared out savagely and sent another fist towards Yu Zhong. This time, the fist managed to connect with Yu Zhong's head, and in the next instant, Yu Zhong crumbled apart, turning into many pieces. Break! Yu Zhong's real body appeared beside the ape, slashing down with the huge blade made out of the claws of the Type 4 flaming bird, accompanied with his dark dou qi that was enhanced twice, cutting the waist of the huge ape. The sharp blade slashed into the right waist of the huge ape as easily as slicing into tofu, cutting it in 2, as a huge amount of blood splattered on the ground. Yu Zhong waved his hands, sending devil flame towards the cocoon that was about to break open. The claw that had reached out started to struggle before the entity inside screamed out, and the entire thing was burnt to cinders. The mass of white parasites was quickly burnt up as their corpses shriveled before splitting violently. Yu Zhong then pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired again at Zhao Kuang. A huge flash of light blasted towards the body of Zhao Kuang, piercing two of the parasite-controlled humans who had turned into meat shield. The shot exploded violently on Zhao Kuang, resulting in a large hole. Zhao Kuang's face contorted as he spat out with a large amount of saliva. "Ah! Yu Zhong! You dare to hurt me! I want you to die an ugly death. I want you to be ripped apart. I will control you and kill all those you love. You are all going to die here. What the fuck are you making so much noise for?" Yu Zhong laughed coldly before firing multiple times. The shots landed on Zhao Kuang's body, resulting in more blood and white matter to splatter everywhere, as more parasites crawled out from within. One final shot hit Zhao Kuang squarely on his head, blasting it apart. The headless corpse of Zhao Kuang twitched a little, before crumpling to the ground. Yu Zhong saw the vanquished foe in front of him, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally eradicated this strange monster. If it had escaped to the surface, it would be a nightmare for the human race. There would be fear and uncertainty whenever anyone came across others, afraid of the possibility of the other party being a parasite. The moment it reached that point, distrust would cause the entire human race to crumble, as everyone would be paranoid, and no one would want to work or live with anyone. Having killed Zhao Kuang, Yu Zhong turned his gaze to the huge ape. He sent the long, sharp blade slashing down at the ape's neck, decapitating it. Right at the moment the ape's head was chopped off, a bright red parasite that had evolved from the fat, white state into something that resembled a scorpion, flapped its wings and flew towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his blade and slashed the red, fat parasite into two, as the parts dropped to the ground. He then stomped down with his foot, smashing the worm into meat paste. Right at this time, there was the sound of rustling from outside the room. Yu Zhong turned around as he caught sight of 8 low-level treants climbing in. The moment the treants saw the white liquid and red cocoons, they became excited and charged forth, swallowing the liquid. One of them pounced towards one cocoon and began to take huge bites out of it. Yu Zhong was silently stirred, as he watched their strange actions quietly. He had initially intended to burn the whole place down, but upon seeing their actions, he felt that the things inside the room might have some value. The low-level treant that consumed the strange things inside the cocoons began to undergo strange changes. The moment it finished eating, its body began to tremble. Soon after, it elongated, reaching 1.8 m, its legs becoming thick. At the same time, a new layer of bark grew over the current layer, its claws becoming sharp. Its eyes were still lifeless as it stood there quietly. After 10 minutes, the low-level treant regained its spirit, and it shook its body powerfully, as sharp tendrils shot out from it. Level 60 Strange Beast. Type 2 Treant. Possesses powerful combat ability. Although it does not possess any innate ability, their strength is terrifying, on par with some weaker Type 3 mutant beasts. Yu Zhong used his eye of perception to look at the treant and immediately got its new information. Those red cocoons should be beneficial to the evolution of mutant biological life forms. Yu Zhong watched the low-level treant finish its evolution and thought silently. The other low-level treants also quickly pounced on the other red cocoons and began to consume them. The Type 2 treant stepped aside and swallowed a huge amount of white slime, before grabbing a few cocoons and gobbled them up. The Type 2 treant repeated its actions a few times, as the layers of bark continued to shed, as the layers that grew over became even more vibrant and slowly covered its whole body. Level 65 Strange Beast. Type 3 Treant. When the treant had its entire body covered by the new vibrant layer of bark, Yu Zhong watched as the Type 2 treant evolved into a Type 3 one in front of his eyes. He felt the power and quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie to order, "Bai Lu, summon all the treants back to you." If he allowed the treants to continue evolving, the moment they evolved to their Type 4 stage, it would be troublesome. Yuzhong did not know if Bailu could control that tier of strength. Most of the Traiants had already evolved, every one of them reaching their Type 2, and they had powerful combat strength. Right as they wanted to quickly continue swallowing the rest of the cocoons, their bodies shuddered slightly, as they begun to make their way back. The Type 3 Traiant seemed to struggle a little as it eyed the blood-red cocoons and white slime, before turning around and retreating as well. Yuzhong watched them go and heaved a sigh of relief. Truly as expected, the higher the type, the harder to control. If they continued to evolve, it would be a problem. Yuzhong looked at some of the cocoons and the strange white slime, before walking up to one of them and split it open. He then sliced the head of the mutated life form within in two, before moving on to the next one and doing the same. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.